on this fourth day of the week, so to speak. It is Thursday. The date is the 16th of February. The year is 2023. We are so glad you're watching. And this particular live broadcast is brought to you courtesy of the collaboration between the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. You can also follow up on this live broadcast on our YouTube channel. That is courtesy of KBC Channel 1, as well as on Parliament of Kenya. This afternoon, members will be considering a couple of issues in the order paper this afternoon. And just to highlight some of the issues given key priority, is a motion by the Leader of Majority on the general debate on the proposal of Parliament to consider amending the Constitution and the standing orders. This is a motion that will be continued owing to the fact that the debate on this particular motion began on Wednesday morning, and until the allocated time for debate has been exhausted, the House will be considering or making an input in the proposals to amend the Constitution. The Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, Bill number 46 of the year 2022 by Honorable Abdul Dawood, is a bill that will be read for the first time before the floor this afternoon. And this particular bill by Honorable Abdul is that it seeks to amend the Public Service Act to require that all state organs in the national as well as county governments and state corporations submit annual reports on details of the human resource in their constitutional commissions, independent offices, and the county public service boards, as well as the county assembly service board. The reports should contain details outlining the total number of employees and also highlighting their gender, matters, age, county of birth, and the county of residence. Further, this will facilitate the public service values and principles that require the public service to reflect on Kenyans' diverse communities and afford adequate and equal opportunities for appointment of women and men, members of all ethnic groups, and persons with disability. And this is pursuant to Article 232 of the Constitution. By receiving annual report, the bill further states the legislators can discharge the oversight role bestowed upon them, as they will be able to analyze and query non-compliant state organs. Another bill that will be tabled or read for the first time before the floor this afternoon is the Geriatrics Bill, a bill by Honorable Gathoni wa Mushomba. And this is among the two bills that will be read for the first time before the floor this afternoon. A look at the bill in the section of memoranda is that it states that this particular bill on the Geriatrics Bill, a bill by Githunguri, Member of Parliament, Gathoni wa Mushomba, is that it seeks to give the effect of Article 57 of the Constitution by establishing a legal framework for the treatment of elderly persons. And the bill seeks to improve the living conditions of the elderly persons by providing for their rights to human dignity, matters safety, security, education, matters health, and equality, and matters non-discrimination. This particular bill delegates legislative powers to the Cabinet Secretary, but it does not in any way limit the fundamental rights of freedoms. The business of the National Assembly is just about to commence any minute from now. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, as well as the Sergeant at Arms with the mace, are in the chamber this afternoon, signaling that it's all systems go for the business of the National Assembly this afternoon. And now hand over so quick follow up on the live broadcasting. My name is Gladys Mungai. Enjoy your viewing.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Twakusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, you can ring the quorum bell.
Just at the time the House was just about to commence business, there has been notified that the House doesn't have the requisite quorum, and so the Speaker has directed that the sergeants keep ringing the quorum bell to allow for more members of the National Assembly to access the chambers this afternoon to ensure that the House has the requisite number to commence business. And that particular directive is guided by the House Standing Orders number 34, subsection 1, that allows the Speaker to direct for the quorum bell to be rung for 10 minutes and a further 5 minutes until such a time when the House raises the numbers to commence business. A further look at the order paper this afternoon is that Honorable Member there will be a petition to the National Assembly, and this particular petition will be communicated by the Speaker, and this is pursuant to Standing Orders number 225. And this particular petition is on the poor implementation of the Edu Afya medical scheme in public secondary schools. And this particular petition is by petitioners that was reported by the Speaker on behalf of Ms. Joyce Cherono. And this particular petition will be dealt with by the relevant Committee on Public Petitions. The general debate on the proposal of Parliament to consider amending the Constitution is a motion featuring heavily in the order paper this afternoon. This particular motion is by the Leader of Majority, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, that noting that the contents of the memoranda submitted to Parliament by His Excellency, the President asking Parliament to consider initiating amendments to the Constitution, and acknowledging that actualization of the proposals, which relates to the composition of Parliament as provided for in Article 97 and Articles 98 of the Constitution. This is in order to attain the 2/3 gender principle, the creation of the office of the Leader of the Opposition, official opposition in Parliament, and the inclusion of various funds in the Constitution would necessitate amendments to the Constitution, while restructuring of the parliamentary oversight to allow for cabinet secretaries to appear before the Houses of Parliament, and this is to respond to questions by members, would require another amendment to the standing orders, and further acknowledging that the Speaker via a notification issued on the 9th of December 2022 refer to these matters raised in the memorandum to the Departmental Committee on Matters Justice and Legal Affairs. And this is with regards to the proposals relating to the implementation of the two-thirds gender principle, the establishment of the Office of the Leader of Official Opposition, the Joint Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee, with regard to the proposals to amend the Constitution, and this is to entrench the constituency development, the Senate oversight, and the national government affirmative action funds, as well as the procedure in-house rules committee with regards to the proposals to amend the standing orders, and this is also to strengthen the legislative arm of government, the parliamentary oversight of the executive, and this is to facilitate public participation pursuant to Articles 118 of the Constitution. And now, therefore, pursuant to the provisions of Articles 1, subsection 2, as well as 95, subsection 2 of the Constitution, the House notes and considers, as well as makes general comments on the proposals contained in the memoranda by His Excellency the President. The House will this afternoon be resuming debate on this particular general motion to amend the Constitution after having debated on it on Wednesday afternoon sitting. And this particular motion is allocated about 3 hours for debate according to the rules of the House. The report of the 42nd sessional of the Organization of Africa, Caribbean and Pacific States, as well as the European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, and this is a motion by the Kenya delegation of the OACPS, JPA.
Order,
is also another motion.
Order. We have quorum to transact business.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Order, honorable member for Sirisia, take your seat, please. Honorable members, we have a petition. Take your seat. The nearest seat. Honorable members, we have a petition regarding poor implementation of EDU AFIA medical scheme in public secondary schools. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than that presented by a member. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report to the House that my office is in receipt of a petition from one Ms. Joyce Cherono of National Identification Card number 2170217, calling on this House to intervene on the matter of implementation of the EDU AFIA medical scheme for students in public secondary schools by the Minister of Education. The petitioner, practicing nurse who claims to be the brainchild behind this idea, claims that since the scheme was rolled out in 2018 to enable students in public schools to access affordable and quality health care under the National Hospital Insurance Fund NHIF cover, utility of the scheme is yet to be optimized. She associates poor implementation of the EDU AFIA scheme to various challenges. First, the petitioner claims that the technicalities within enrollment by the Minister of Education of all students in the National Education Management Information System, NEMIS, database from which the EDU AFIA scheme obtains students' data has resulted in low uptake of the fund. The petition adds that the system which runs EDU AFIA patient identification and billing are often slow or non-responsive, thereby compelling parents or guardians of students under scheme to meet the cost of treatment due to system failures. The petitioner is concerned that the Ministry of Education and other relevant stakeholders have not undertaken public awareness of the program in order to encourage enrollment. The petitioner further alludes that the government rolled out the scheme without putting in place adequate infrastructure and medical personnel in public schools to offer consultation and referral services. She also claims that there were no monitoring and evaluation framework in place to assess effectiveness of the program. The petitioner is afraid that if intervention is not made towards ensuring that the program is optimally implemented, the gains envisaged from the scheme will be lost. The petitioner therefore prays that the National Assembly, through its Public Petitions Committee, 1, causes the relevant ministries to urgently review the framework for implementation of the EDU AFIA medical scheme to provide regular monitoring and evaluation that addresses challenges facing the program and ensure that students in all public secondary schools equally benefit from the EDU AFIA scheme. 2, causes the government to support the establishment of clinics within public secondary schools and to initiate employment and deployment of qualified, registered, and licensed medical personnel in schools under the fund to ensure that students optimally benefit from the scheme. And 3, makes any other order that it deems fit in the circumstances of this petition. Honorable members, having determined that the matters raised by the petitioner are well within the authority of this House, I order that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 2271, this petition be committed to the Public Petitions Committee. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and the petition in accordance with the Standing Order 2272. Thank you. Yes, so the Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the petitioner for raising up this petition in the House. Honorable Speaker, the petitioner raises very fundamental issues relating to that scheme, Honorable Speaker. And I think, Honorable Speaker, even as
Sorry, Honorable Makali Mulu. Honorable members, in case you have forgotten your standing orders out of recess, you have 30 minutes within which you can make comments to this petition if you wish to. The screen is full as usual. I'm sure it was not because of this petition. And those who will want to make comments probably go to interventions. And if there is overwhelming interest, I'll give 3 minutes to each intervener.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I was just saying that even as our committee looks at this petition, there are 2 fundamental issues they need to look at. One of them, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of a monitoring and evaluation framework. The reason why the petitioner is claiming that there is an underutilization of the scheme, obvious is because nobody has been following up to find out what is happening. So that proposal of a monitoring and evaluation framework, Honorable Speaker, must be given a bit of attention as the committee looks at that. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of public participation. Honorable Speaker, in a situation where we expect our students and parents to participate in this scheme, and then the whole issue of public participation not properly conducted, Honorable Speaker, then these gaps will always exist. So our Constitution has given us that provision that it is important there is public participation where we involve our people. So I still want to insist, Honorable Speaker, it is important that as we undertake many of these activities, and more so activities which are going to benefit the public. The issue of public participation must be taken very seriously, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I submit.
The Honorable, is it Jared, is it Okello? You are not used to sitting where you're sitting.
I hear this is government side. I only hear. Well, I thank you. Yes, I'm feeling the warmth. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I also acknowledge that from where you sit, Honorable Speaker, you are expected to be blind. But let me bring it to your attention that the target group of the EDA AFIA health scheme, that target group has occupied the Speaker's chambers, or the Speaker's gallery, and they are here to listen very pensively to our contributions to this that goes directly to their welfare, Honorable Speaker.
They are also in the public gallery. Look back.
Yes, both the Speaker's gallery and the public gallery. Honorable Speaker, Article 43 of our Constitution pays great credence to access to health care. And the EDA health scheme, EDU was meant to address issues of health to the students who are in high schools or our secondary schools, Honorable Speaker. At this point, when digital platforms have percolated our systems and through globalization, digital is the direction that the world is going to, that the EDU still has inordinate delays and failures when it comes to addressing issues of health in our health facilities by students is something that needs to be properly looked into. The parents that take their children to school are already overstretched when it comes to family budgetary constraints. And if this scheme was meant to address issues of illnesses by students, and it goes, and the students use this privilege to go into health facilities and cannot get the intended help, then there is basically a problem that needs to be properly addressed, Honorable Speaker. And I thank you for the opportunity.
Didymus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support this petition. This petition speaks to very weighty issues, Honorable Speaker, that any government program must be re-evaluated to be able to identify areas of improvement, because some of these policies are implemented, Honorable Speaker, without necessarily having the input of each and every person that will want to improve them. And developing a monitoring and evaluation tool, it's not only important, but very necessary, Honorable Speaker. The government can only improve, and we can only begin to change from situations where we just wake up in the morning and we want to scrap a program, or we want to suggest other issues to improve it without first necessarily scanning through the operationalization of the said policies, Honorable Speaker, so that we are in future, if we want to suggest further amendments, those amendments must be informed by the challenges, by the bottlenecks, by the need to improve efficiency, by the need to ensure that the target group is expanded, and those who are targeted are the ones who are benefiting, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, without much ado, this is a good petition, and I ask the committee to expedite the findings so that they can be implemented for the benefit of the country. I thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and also rise to support this petition by Ms. Cherono. Honorable Speaker, I think the scheme as envisaged was to benefit our students, some of who are seated in the Speaker's gallery and the public gallery. And it's sad, Honorable Speaker, that if this scheme is not even, the system is not even able to identify kids or the students when they visit public hospitals. And Honorable Speaker, you know, we passed laws in this House with the amendment of the NHIF Act to even allow NHIF to have systems where they can use biometrics to identify patients when they attend hospitals. And the same, maybe the Committee on Health or whichever other committee will handle this matter, should ensure that students can be identified biometrically. We also made it compulsory for every Kenyan who attains the age of 18 to be registered under NHIF. And the opportunity to be able to register students while they are still in school is the best opportunity to take their biometrics when they are still in school, so that even after school, they already enjoy and know the benefits of having a medical cover. And therefore, even after high school, on to university and even in their working careers, they will have been socialized to the idea of medical insurance. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to really beg the Committee on Health under Dr. Pukose to look at how they can deal with the technicalities, especially of biometric identification of students, ensuring also through the Ministry of Education, if the system of NEMIS captures students at the time they are sitting their KCPE, and even now with the CBC at grade 6, there is no reason why that same NEMIS cannot be integrated with the NHIF system, and they also take biometrics at NHIF, and use the two systems in an integrated manner, so that every student who is in a classroom, at least every school, Honorable Speaker, every other school, a teacher knows the number of students in the classroom, and they have a register that they call out every other morning. If they still do what we used to do when we were in school, we are being called out every morning. If that is happening, what is so difficult with the Ministry of Education getting the same data and ensuring every student who is in a school is also registered in NEMIS, and the biometrics also registered with NHIF? Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to support.
Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important scheme. And any scheme that is actually touching health, once established, should actually have a system of ensuring that every person who should get it gets it, and that it is monitored. But being in the Health Committee, we are going to look at it in a much broader way, because it's the issue of scattering of all these schemes. You have this for the students, you have one for pregnant mothers, you have one for old people, you have one for people with disability. So I think we are going to look at it much more broadly and brought all these social protection activities and broader. Even if you look at school feeding programs, all these, they are all social protection. So we have to look at it, we support this, but we look at it in a much broader way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Robert Bukose, and as Chair of Health, this is a matter which you need no prompting to follow up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for both your guidance and allowing me to make my contribution. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the Committee on Petitions that when they'll be looking into this matter, it will be important that they are able to invite the Minister of Health and also the NHIF to be, because right now NHIF and the Minister of Health, they are working on a product to consolidate all these schemes, the schemes on elderly, school children, the indigents, and everybody. You know, those school children, they belong to a family. And when they belong to a family, it will be good that some of those families could be indigents. So under that program, it is possible for them to be catered for. They should also be able to invite Dr. Ndi and his team so that they can shed some more light to them, so that whatever recommendations they bring to this House are recommendations that are well thought of, and if need be, if they require some bit of amendment to the law, then we will be up to the task. My committee and my team will be up to the task to make sure that we provide the legal framework to which we can be able to operationalize these issues of provision of health care. Because when you look at our law, the provision of health care is a constitutional mandate, and it's not just health care, it's the best quality health care that the country can provide. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. The Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi. Those who want to contribute go to interventions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to, on the very onset, to thank the petition. And she, I think, came up with a very good idea. But the problem is, apart from having the ministry, the Committee of Health, we should also involve the Committee of Education, because I've had cases, Mr. Speaker, where even the teachers themselves don't know about this particular program. I've had cases where a student is sick and they rush to the Member of Parliament for assistance when this project is there. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, out there, teachers are now saying, whoever, if a student is sick in secondary school, he goes to the nearest hospital where this program is actually operationalized. So I think apart from having the ministry, the commissioner dealing with this, we also have this committee of education, so that the teachers also are aware about this particular program, so that can be able to implement it. It's a very good program, given the hard times this country is facing. And I think I want to thank this lady for having come up with this petition. Thank you so much. I support.
David Gikaria.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mwanzo najua umesoma hoja petition. Sijajua utaielekezea wapi. Nimesikia chairman wa kamati ya afya akisema kwa vile najua hii inatakana kwenda kwa ile kamati ya public petitions. Na ninasikia na hapo pengine sisi kama wajumbe tuangalie, kwa sababu na nimesikia chairman wa hiyo kamati akisema wale waalike wale ambao wanahusika. So ni muhimu kwanza. Ya pili ni kubaliane na majority leader vile amesema ya kwamba ni muhimu tunaweza identify hawa watoto mapema kupitia ile mtandao ya kisasa ya biometric. Na nafikiria ni muhimu sana kama vile mheshimiwa amesema ya kwamba inahitaji wawe identified mapema wakiwa shuleni, na hata baada ya kutimiza miaka 18 wataendelea na ule, kama vile tulivyosema, tulipitisha mjadala ama sheria mwaka ile katika bunge ya 12, na tukasema mtoto yote ambaye anatimia miaka 18 ni lazima asajiliwe na ile fund ya National Hospital Insurance Fund. Pia nikubaliane na Bwana Didmas Barasa. Ni kweli Bwana Spika, ni muhimu mambo ya serikali ambayo tunaiweka kwa serikali inaweza kufanyiwa uchunguzi. Baada tukisha pengine tumefumbua kitu fulani, inafanyiwa uchunguzi. Ndio tunaweza kujua uzuri wake, ubaya wake kabla hatujaenda, lakini nina support petition hiyo. Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Emmanuel Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to add my voice on this petition, and just want maybe, Honorable Speaker, to call on my colleagues whom we were together in last Parliament. There was a bill on the issue to do with the public participation, and this bill, this petition, Honorable Speaker, seems to question, seems to give us leads of question to how maybe the IDU came into existence in terms of the medical facility to our children in schools. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, my colleagues, it's our time. It's a wake-up call. The Honorable Speaker, we'll look at the qualification of the word public participation. If you may go to that bill by the Honorable Chris Wamalwa, we could be able, Honorable Speaker, to ascertain was there quality public participation, and it can only be done so, Honorable Speaker, if at all we are going to go back to that time when we can now validate the bill to do with public participation. Once we do that, Honorable Speaker, it will be now rather obvious that we will qualify in the manner in which some regulations, some rules, and kind of performance of various ministries and state departments can exist, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's also very true that our children, whenever they go to hospitals, I've had several cases in my constituency, Honorable Speaker, that some children can go to our local level 4 hospital and are not attended to just because the nature of the
the identification, Honorable Speaker, is a challenge. Therefore, I support the bill, the petition, and wish Honorable Speaker to put it that that is a good petition which is going to help our children get a permanent solution on how they are attended to once they are unwell. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Oku Kaunya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I support that petition, which is a very important petition, on two major points. One, Mr. Speaker, sir, the question of public participation is key. On the second aspect, Mr. Speaker, the committee that will look at this, I would urge they should look at the overall NHIF performance. Mr. Speaker, this is the major body that does insurance undertaking as a public entity, and this should really be run efficiently. So therefore, some of these, Mr. Speaker, improvements that NHIF should bring on board should ensure not only this AFIA scheme, the EDU, for our students, but other schemes that are in operation are modernized and made more efficient and effective, especially with application of technology. Mr. Speaker, I support the petition.
The Honorable John Kitonga of Manyata.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to support this petition. The issue of NHIF and our kids, Honorable Speaker, we need to improve and ensure that it serves our people better. Honorable Speaker, NHIF is something that can help this country to really do a lot on our health care. I would like to say that we have had students who don't even know that if they're in high school, they're supposed to be treated for free in our public schools. And I think if there is a good database and they are given good data so that they go to those institutions, they can be able to be served right. I would also like to improve on it and say that NHIF should be able to serve us and ensure it serves even pharmacies that are in the dispensary levels. And Honorable Speaker, while we are looking at that, I would like to say that if we improve on the fact that these kids require health care every now and then, I think, Honorable Speaker, it can be a good thing. Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Lastly, Murumba John Chikati.
Mr. Speaker, let me contribute to this petition by Ms. Cherono. Healthcare is extremely important to access to education. It is very critical because when you look at the number of students in hospitals, it is at any time, it is almost equal to the number of adult patients. And we are undergoing a time when parents are in very difficult position and burdened with other needs. And they cannot be able to meet the medical needs of their students or their children. And therefore, it is extremely important that this petition goes through, that the committee charged with this responsibility facilitates and tracks this so that we can be able to have access of our children in schools to medical services without strain. Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I see one last member, Bisau Kakai. That will be the last one on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. First, to thank also Cherono for bringing in this petition. What is important, Mr. Speaker, these children are actually the owners of this country. In terms of numbers, they are the majority. And what is important is for us, especially as legislators, to ensure that they are well represented here. So to me, Mr. Speaker, apart from the issue of public participation, we've seen a trend where issues are implemented very fast, but in the process of implementing them very fast without doing proper research or public participation, we've ended up trying to redo them again or fixing them. So to me, Mr. Speaker, I stand up here to support this petition, and I think it needs to be expedited so that our children can have proper medical coverage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. I see Edith Nyenze also has, that will be the very last. Edith, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Let me also say that I support this noble idea of giving health care to our students by first congratulating Cherono. And then Mr. Speaker, I also note that the numbers involved in such a medical scheme are very huge numbers. And they call for proper research. I even remember in last term, in our account, we also had a medical scheme which flopped because of the huge numbers involved. Money is put into the scheme and no services were realized. So it's very important to have the proper systems in place, proper research done before actually such a scheme is put into place. Otherwise, it's a very noble idea. I support that it should be looked into so that it can help our students. Because if the parents are only left to pay school fees, then this will give them peace, because paying school fees and also looking for money to take their students, their pupils to hospital is not easy, especially during this time of famine where parents have no resources. So I support, and I hope that the committee will do a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Before I commit to the petition, I want to acknowledge the presence of the following schools in the public gallery: Chebareria Mixed Secondary School, Pokot South, West Pokot; St. Bridget's Girls, Litain, Konoin, Bomet; Njiri School, Kigumo, Muranga; Topline Secondary School, Embakasi South, Nairobi; Kanjalu Girls High School, Tigania West, Meru. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have Tenwek High School, Bomet, from Bomet, and Kapletundo School, Bomet, Sotik, in Bomet. On my behalf and on behalf of the whole House, I welcome the schools to the Houses of Parliament and wish them well. Honorable members will now commit this petition to the relevant committee, the Committee on Public Petitions, and Majority Leader, this lady who has brought this great petition, also claims to be the brainchild of this scheme. And for her to invent such a thing and then follow up on you to implement is an indictment of several players in our public affairs. So you need to probably follow up that as well. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 16 February 2023. 1, information on programs, outputs, performance indicators, and targets for the financial year 2023/24, and the medium-term strategy from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 2, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2021 and the certificates therein: Kenya National Shipping Line Limited, Orange Democratic Movement, ODM, Kenya Copyright Board, Kenya Maritime Authority Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme, Kenya Maritime Authority, Kenya Medical Training College, Turkana University College, National Communication Secretariat, Northern Waterworks Development Agency, Konza Technopolis Development Authority, President's Awards, Kenya, Kenya Institute of Mass Communication, Kenya Film Classification Board, Communication Authority of Kenya, Kenya Sesefly and Trypanosomiasis Eradication Council, National Youth Council, Anti-Female Genital Mutilation Board, Communications Authority of Kenya Universal Service Fund, Circle Societies Regulatory Authority, SASRA, Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency, Gatanga Technical and Vocational College, Nachu Technical and Vocational College in Kikuyu, Kipkabas Technical and Vocational College, Rivertex East Africa Limited, Kibabii University, Kisiwa Technical Training Institute, Runyenjes Technical and Vocational College in Runyenjes, Jeremiah Nyaga Technical Institute, Tarbo Technical and Vocational College, Karumo Technical Training Institute, National Construction Authority, Kenya Literature Bureau, Kenya National Qualification Authority, Kenya Education Management Institute, Kenya Technical Training College, Kabete National Polytechnic, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology Enterprise Limited, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology Noodles Limited, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, and lastly, the Kenya Urban Roads Authority Road Maintenance Levy Fund. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next. Is there a notice? The Honorable Jen Kagiri, OGW MP, MP Laikipia County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reduction of cost of electricity in the country, in brackets, Departmental Committee on Energy. Honorable Speaker, I beg to...
Honorable Member, you start by saying, I beg to give notice of the following motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance. I beg to give the notice of motion on reduction of cost of electricity in the country, Departmental Committee on Energy, in brackets. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that aware that the cost of electricity has been at an all-time high, affecting the cost of living and doing business. Acknowledging that the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, a public limited company, in brackets Kenya Power, procures electricity from the Kenya Electricity Generating Company, another public limited company, in brackets KenGen, a government-owned company, and from independent power producers, in brackets IPPs, recognizing that Kenya Power has entered into power purchase agreements, in brackets PPAs, with both KenGen and the IPPs, and procures power from them at unregulated rates. Noting that there is need to regulate all IPPs in the country and publicize their locations, stakeholders, directors, management, and their addresses and agreements entered into with Kenya Power. Cognizant that recommendations from past task force reports relating to power purchase and rates have not been implemented, deeply concerned that Kenya Power has in the past procured a large quantity of power from the IPPs at a greater cost rather than from KenGen, leading to higher cost of power, cognizant of the fact that there is need to put in place policies, strategies, and regulatory measures for better planning to moderate the cost of electricity and enable access to energy by all, particularly in the manufacturing sector, to ease the cost of production and doing business. This House therefore resolves that the Departmental Committee on Energy undertakes an inquiry into the operations of Kenya Power in relation to agreements entered with IPPs, factors affecting the cost of electricity, including over-reliance on IPPs, against available renewable and other energy sources, and measures to reduce it, and submit a report to the House within 120 days. 2, in the meantime, the Ministry and Kenya Power should not enter into new contracts with IPPs until the House makes a resolution on the matter. Number 3, informed by the reports of previous task forces on the matter, the ministry engages in negotiations with power producers with a view to reducing the cost of power. And number 4, the ministry and Kenya Power developed suitable strategies for engagements with the IPPs in order to provide relief for electricity consumers and ensure the long-term viability and sustainability of the energy sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honourable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 14th February 2023, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honourable Speaker, allow me to once again welcome members to the second session of the 13th Parliament, trusting that we have all enjoyed our long recess, had time to rest, re-energize and reconnect with our families and our dear constituents. And therefore, all members are well energized to restart this second session. Honourable Speaker, as members are aware, yesterday the House approved the calendar of the House for the regular sittings, setting the stage for the commencement of business for the second session. Notably, the first part of this session, Honourable Speaker, will be quite busy, with key business being the consideration of the budget policy statement and the medium-term debt strategy for the financial year 2023-2024, which I have just tabled before the House this afternoon. It is also noted that the committees of the House are already engaged in consideration of the supplementary estimates, and this will give way for the consideration of the supplementary appropriations bill, hopefully in the course of next week or early the following week. Honourable Speaker, next week members are expected to continue deliberations on the general debate on the proposal to amend the Constitution and the standing orders should the debate not be concluded by the rise of the House today. Members are encouraged to attend the sessions to ensure that their views are recorded on these very important constitutional and procedural matters that are before us. Honourable Speaker, the House will also continue debate on the report of the delegation of the OACPS on the 42nd session of the African, Caribbean and Pacific European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, should it not be concluded today. Additionally, the petition to Parliament Procedure Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2022 by the Honourable Gladys Bosch-Sholei, MP, and the National Construction Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022 by the Honourable David Gikaria, MP, are set to undergo first reading. This will open up the bills for consideration by the relevant committees in accordance with the standing orders. Honourable Speaker, members will note that the House Business Committee is yet to start scheduling questions to Cabinet Secretaries. This is in view of the consideration of a proposed mechanism currently before the Procedures and House Rules Committee. Once this is concluded, the necessary processes will be instituted to allow members to ask questions accordingly. Honourable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, 21st February 2022 to schedule business for the rest of the week. Honourable Speaker, I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I now call the member for Navaholo, Emmanuel Wangwe.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to request for a statement regarding delay in enrollment of students in Kakamega County into Form 1 classes. Honourable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the delay of students from Kakamega County in joining their respective high schools. Honourable Speaker, it is regrettable that several students across the country are yet to join their respective secondary schools owing to lack of school fees. This includes students in Kakamega County, sponsored by the Jomo Kenyatta Foundation under the Elimu program. Honourable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1, is the Ministry of Education aware that 155 students from Kakamega County, sponsored by Jomo Kenyatta Foundation under Elimu program, are yet to join their respective secondary schools for Form 1 classes? 2, could the chairperson have the ministry explain the fate of these very needy students if they fail to join secondary schools? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next order.
Order number 8, the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Service Values and Principles Act and to provide for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Geriatric Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 57 of the Constitution to establish the National Council for the Elderly, to provide for the care of elderly persons, to provide for the empowerment and protection of the elderly and the maintenance of their well-being, safety and security, and for connected purposes. Order number 10, motion, general debate on the proposal to Parliament to consider amending the Constitution and the standing orders, resumption of debate.
The Honorable John Mutunga, member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Honorable Speaker, the message from His Excellency the President read. And I would like to thank His Excellency for thinking through this and making an effort to ensure that at least he reaches out to the House to make a determination. Honorable Speaker, I also would like to thank you for committing this business to the committees. We are waiting for the report from the committee on the JLAC, the Joint Under Committee to entrench the funds, and also the Procedures and House Rules Committee to amend the standing orders and strengthen the oversight so that they may be able to give us the guidance that we shall use in order to deal with these issues. Honorable Speaker, the context of the issues runs through the 4 or so issues that the President did give to us. But he was very precise in his statement, Honorable Speaker. He said that he requested the speakers to consider all policy measures to fully actualize the full promise of our Constitution. And the President wants the Constitution adhered to. The President wants the full, actualization of the Constitution. And that is why these matters were brought to the House, Honorable Speaker. The idea is not just to change the Constitution. The idea is to ensure that the Constitution is fully implemented. Honorable Speaker, if I may be specific to some of these issues, first of all, it has not been easy for us as a country to realize the gender equity issue. All efforts have been put up. Article 97 and 98 speak to this, and Honorable Speaker, it has not been possible to get the numbers as it were. The non-compliance to the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, implies some breach of the Constitution. In this particular case, the President is requesting us to come up with a formula, or requesting us to consider a formula that will ensure that there is equitable representation in terms of gender in all electable and also appointment positions. There is need for us to look into this so that we may ease the burden of having poor representation. Honorable Speaker, looking at the trend of events, we have had ladies or women being empowered in this country, some of them being nominated to positions so that we can balance out the equation. And Honorable Speaker, as it is going on, and as we can see, what happens is that those who are nominated, the next time they come in elected. And those who have been given position to popularize themselves have been able to do so to an extent that they are being elected. So, Honorable Speaker, we see a situation where at the end of the day, this equation will naturally balance out, and not only balancing out, there is a likelihood that the ladies might be more than the men. So gender is not about women, gender is about the balancing of in terms of the numbers in view of the two, genders. Honorable Speaker, we need to note that the actual nominations that happen in Senate, the actual nominations that happen in Parliament have not been given us the numbers as it were. So the formula is necessary And therefore, I launched this particular provision or request by His Excellency the President to to handle this particular problem. Honorable Speaker, if I may speak very briefly to the issues of CDF, issues of the Senate Oversight Fund and GAF. Honorable Speaker, I would like Kenyans to understand that CDF does not belong to the members of parliament. There is this misconception that CDF belongs to members of parliament. It doesn't belong to the members of the National Assembly. It is a fund that the National Assembly, especially the NGCDF, which is operating under the the 2015 legislation, basically is oversighted by the member of parliament. It is a fund that is very specific to the developments described in terms of proportions of use and has really targeted real development across the constituencies. It is a fund that is apparent in terms of when you go to any county, you see what CDF has done, and that money is not a lot. CDF is about the most significant in most of the constituencies. The design of CDF befits the realization of input, outputs, and outcomes that are so apparent in those areas. GAF, Honorable Speaker, has also got good, its targets to do some good work. And therefore, my request, Honorable Speaker, is to consider GAF a little bit more seriously, look into it, and look at the legislation and regulations that guide GAF so that GAF is better guided than it is right now, but it is an important fund as it were. Honorable Speaker, I may speak to an omission. I do not know whether everybody looks at it that way, but Honorable Speaker, I would wish to think about the Warned Development Fund. We have avoided this particular issue. It has become a serious and thorny issue in most counties. As we speak right now, Meru County is going through turmoils and a lot of problems because of the Warned Development Fund. We see a situation that in future, the MCAs will also come up and ask whether they could be considered with a development fund that is specific and targeted to the awards. So it's something that probably could be looked into at this particular point in time. The Senate Oversight Fund, Honorable Speaker, it's not really a fund, if I may look at it. Senate Oversight is like a facilitation. And we are staring at a situation where members of the National Assembly, members of the County Assembly and others who are elected may also be looking at an oversight fund or something that will help them, some money that will help them to oversight their programs. This is something that this House should practically look into and debate upon so that we are able to set up a fund that is going to help the senators to do some work in their areas and not necessarily to oversight, because the oversight role is a shared function within Senate, between Senate and the members of the County Assembly. Honorable Speaker, parliamentary oversight is important, and that is the final issue that I want to speak to. Improving parliamentary oversight of the executive is key. We need to look to bring the executive here. Many of us, Honorable Speaker, have argued that this will lead to confusion, this will lead to reduction of the business of the committees, it will demystify the relevance and the existence of the committees. And I share a totally different opinion. Honorable Speaker, the work that the committee does is detailed. There is no time that you shall have members of the cabinet secretaries here, and they can attend to all issues, especially if I may speak to agriculture. The CS Agriculture may not answer all the questions within agriculture within one sitting. In any case, and I see it this way, we will have asked those questions in this House before the members of the cabinet secretaries can be pondered upon. So they will be coming to respond to specific issues. They will not be coming to respond to general issues or anything that probably may have in mind. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, it will create an opportunity for greater spread of the knowledge and information. Because when cabinet secretaries come to respond to issues at the committee level, only a few of the members of this House are able to gain that particular response. The feedback is limited to only a few, and those probably may be invited as friends of the committee. Those who may not know about this particular issue may not know what was discussed, and that is why we are saying, if they come here and anybody is interested in a specific issue, there is sufficient room for them to listen to the issue and sufficient room for that matter to interrogate the issue. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that this particular issue is actually articulated, is intoned in the Standing Order 253, subsection 3. Basically, even if they are strangers, all we need is to look at that particular provision and see how we can make it possible for them to come to this House. Honorable Speaker, none of the matters demanded above, none of the matters that have been proposed by the President demand a referendum. And I speak this into this House with the list of those matters that require a referendum. There is nothing that talks about the supremacy of the Constitution. Nothing touches on the territory of Kenya. Nothing touches on the sovereignty of the people and the natural values. None of those issues will touch on the Bill of Rights, the term of the president. None of them will touch on frustrating the functions of the parliament. I'll speak to this particular issue. And none of them touches on the objectives and principles and the structure of devolved government. Let me very briefly speak to the issue of the functions of the parliament, which could be the issue that is making some of our members consider it an issue requiring referendum. Honourable Speaker, if I may speak to the functions of the parliament, what among those four issues will hinder deliberating and resolving the issues that affect our people? Which of those will disable us from enacting good laws? Which of them will make it impossible for us to determine the allocation of resources at different levels and to different functions? Which of them will impede the appropriation of funds, basically for expenditure at the various ministries, departments, and agencies? Which of them will impair oversight of the national government, oversight of the government officials? Which of them will basically make it impossible for us to approve for war or extension of emergency? None of the above. Honourable Speaker, none requires a referendum. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable. There's Honourable Kulo Hassan. Is he in the House? He had some 6 minutes to go. We overlooked. He's not here. Eric Muchangi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. And I would like to say mine is a brief submission on what are my thoughts on the issue of CDF. And Mr. Speaker, there has been a misconception out there that the Constituencies Development Fund is a fund that is under the control of the members of Parliament, or whether it benefits members of Parliament. And I would like to say that the CDF is a fund that has been very beneficial to the people in this country. It is a fund that is present in every corner of the constituencies in the country. And when it comes to the issues to do with the education of our kids and students, CDF has come in handy. And so those who think that CDF is a fund that should be abolished, actually, CDF should be a fund that should be increased so that it can serve the many needs of our students in the larger republic. Mr. Speaker, I try to imagine how many students would be out of school if there was no CDF. And considering the cost of living nowadays, many parents are unable to take their children to school, and they are only relying on CDF, some actually doing so entirely. So this is a fund that we need to protect, even as we introduce other form of funds, Senate Oversight Fund. CDF should be a fund that we should consider increasing so that it can benefit more and more of our students and schools. Mr. Speaker, the idea of amending the standing order so that we can provide for the cabinet secretaries to come and respond to questions in Parliament is a very welcome idea, because I have personally asked questions to the cabinet secretaries and I have seen them come to the committees, but sometimes the kind of answers they come and give at the committees are not satisfactory answers. And if they will have to come to this house, it means they will come with well-prepared answers, and members will also get an opportunity to give or rather ask supplementary questions. So there is no cabinet secretary whatsoever who will come here in this chamber not prepared or not sure of what is going to say. a lot of projects, Mr. Speaker, are not going on in our constituencies, and they are not going on because of simple issues that would have been sorted if the cabinet secretaries were readily available to attend to the issues and matters raised by the honorable members. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion so that we can have more participation by members in asking the CSS questions when they appear before this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Said, the Honorable Didmas Barasa, if he's in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to support the gesture by the head of state that we need to amend our constitution on a number of matters. Notably and most important is the CDF, because as you are aware, Honorable Speaker, we have had perennial litigants who are basically busybodies who have been hovering from courtroom to the other, attempting to block this very important devolved fund. Mr. Speaker, if you move across this country, if you go to every corner of this country, you can fail to spot a pregnant woman, but you will not fail to spot a project funded by national government CDF funds. This is a fact, Honorable Speaker, and I think the misinformation going out there that this fund is unconstitutional and is controlled by politicians is not true. This fund is controlled by a committee that is nominated by a panel chaired by the DCC, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a fund that is controlled by Treasury. That's why one of the signatories of this fund is a district accountant who is an employee of Treasury. And I think the head of state means well for this country. That's why it's very necessary that this fund be embedded in our constitution so that the perennial litigants can find something else meaningful to them to do, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the Senate Oversight Fund, it is a very important fund that the senators must be able to oversight the billions of shillings that are devolved across various governments in this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is very important, and the only area that I do not agree, Honorable Speaker, is, and I've been very forthright on this, even from the previous parliament, with me, I don't believe in forcing people to elect the members of a particular gender when it comes to elective position, Honorable Speaker. I have always been of the view that the issue of gender rule be excluded from elective positions, because you can't force the people of Kimilili constituency either to elect a man or to elect a woman. They will elect a person who will appear to have a superior plan on their behalf. And even myself, Honorable Speaker, I have always looked at female members of parliament as members of parliament who are competent enough to be able to articulate issues that affect children of this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've always used an example of the county of Kirinyaga, where you see in every elections, you see female politicians have been trouncing men in trousers, not once, not twice, and I'm always a believer that what a man does, a woman can do even 5 times better. And we should begin to look at elected leaders of this country, not in terms of gender, but in terms of their upstairs, their mental capabilities to take this country forward, Honorable Speaker. I am a believer, and I have evidence that we have women who's thinking are much more better than men, and we have men who's thinking are much better than female. And the gender is just it was just a way that God used to ensure that we have progression in this country, but in terms of thinking, in terms of the application of the wisdom, we are equal in the eyes of men, in the eyes of God, and I think when that time comes, I think I will be able to give in my on what I think is good for this country, but I still believe that the issues of gender parity should exclude elected leaders, because you can't, it will be difficult to balance, to force people of a particular area that you have to elect one man and one female. We should leave that thing wide open for them to decide, and bring men and women into this house who better understands their problems, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this house is a debating chamber where different views are debated, and we also have a responsibility to change any laws anytime, following the stipulated procedures in our Constitution. And I think in that line, Honorable Speaker, I think we should expedite the various committees that are processing these bills. They need to expedite these bills so that they go out through public participation, so that Kenyans can give their views, so that we stop endangering this very important fund, NGCDF, from the hands of these perennial litigants, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, without much ado, I say this is a very good gesture. This is a very good proposal by the head of state, and he has done his thinking. We need to pick it up and run with it and ensure that in less than a year, even before the end of this year, we should have these laws embedded in our Constitution, Honorable Speaker. We should even think of even increasing some of the the devolved functions that the county governments have been grappling with. We need even to get some of them, bring them back to the national government, and expand this fund so that it can be able to take care of those functions that the counties are struggling with, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, it is important for this House to know, and for Kenyans to know, that this NGCDF, the way it's been operationalized, it is not a blank check, because it begins by first the committee sending a proposal to the national government CDF board. The board will look at it, will approve it, and they will be able to monitor it. The only way to avoid pending bills is to follow the route on how NGCDF is managed. I will want to see a situation where the devolved functions, county governments, they need to have a framework similar to CDF, where proposals are approved here by somebody here in Nairobi, so that when they go back to the counties, they allocate enough money so that we reduce these issues of pending bills, these issues of disregarding projects that were initiated by your predecessor. This can only be possible, Honorable Speaker, by following the national government, the CDF way. National government, CDF fund, it is a fund that should be emulated and not to be scrapped. That is why we feel very strongly that it should be embedded inside, and I say inside the bedroom of our Constitution. I support, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Honorable Barasa. Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of students from Kanjalu Girls High School, Tigania West in Meru County, and students from Sawagongo High School from Game in my own county, Siaya. They are welcome to follow the proceedings of the August House this afternoon. This chance now goes to the Honorable Joanna Ngeno, if he's in the House. Joanna Ngeno's place is, okay, I can't see him. This chance goes to the Honorable Wanjiku Muhia of Kipipiri. The Honorable Wanjiku Muhia, I can see you. This is your chance to give your comments on this particular. If she's not ready, I would give this chance to the Honorable Kibet.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm ready, and I believe the debate on the floor is for the Constitution, which I want to support.
Go ahead.
And appreciate and say to the Kenyan citizen that the mind of the president is positive and well thinking of the Republic of Kenya. And I want to say the 4 issues that are raised are very pertinent. They are already very popular, particularly the issue of NGCDF. And Honorable Speaker, I may tell you that yesterday I was in the constituency, and the public is still crying why we are not able to give bursary. And we all know the genesis, why we are late in giving bursaries to our students, to our children, is because of the cases that have been filed time and again, limiting Treasury and other bodies to process the bursary, the NGCDF fund in time. So this would be one way to cure this challenge to this country, that we have NGCDF, GAF, and all such other funds in the Constitution, so that it is a right to the Kenyan child from Turkana, from Nairobi, from the whole Republic, such that any child who is aimed at joining Form 1 any time will be knowing that very well I'll be joining Form 1 because the money which I aim to be sponsored by is in the Constitution. The issue of gender, Honorable Speaker, as women leaders in this House and even women outside there, is very pertinent. This is an issue that this House have struggled with all the time since I was also in this Parliament. In 11th Parliament, we have had Duale 1, Duale 2, almost Duale 10, and it is never coming to an end. We shall discuss this issue, and I'm sure when it shall go to the committee level, I'm sure the committee and members of similar interest will be able to deliberate it well, but it is also another issue that should come to an end and not be discussed time and again. Some of the issues that we discuss at Parliament, and they are never ending, they also consume Parliament time. So if we are able to agree and put the issue of gender in our Constitution, it shall have been sorted once and for all. The issue of the ministers coming to this House, Honorable Speaker, I consider it with both eyes. I find it very good, but at times I also find it not very comfortable, because we know that the committees also deliberate a lot when they call the ministers at their committee rooms. So this is an issue that I would urge the GLA committee or any other relevant committee that will be handling this issue to criticize, to analyze, to check all the cost-benefit analysis to the benefit of the public of Kenya. And as we conclude, we agree that it is well when we consider it. The last one, I think it is there is also the FAD from senators, and I have seen some members having different thoughts about the senators' FAD, and I want to urge members that when you are handling a whole county, the women reps here will say it's not easy to move around the whole county with your own FADs, with your own vehicle. In fact, you may think that you're oversighting, but you may do very little. And today you are in this House, tomorrow you are in the Senate. When I was in Yala, I did plead with Honorable Kanini Kega, who was the budget chair then, to include some funds, which was well articulated by the Ministry of EAC, and this fund was to be used for sensitization. And this idea never materialized, no matter how many times we pleaded. Today, Honorable Kanini Kega is in Yala. Recently, he was speaking with me also on the same issue. So members, as we deliberate on any issue, let's consider that you can also be presenting your constituency in this House, tomorrow in the other House, and the like. Honorable Speaker, on the same debate, there is changing of standing orders. I am looking forward to changing of standing orders, only that I'm not sure if the standing orders shall be changed and be effected immediately. How I would love if we change the standing orders, they become effective immediately. As the chair of Regional Integration Committee, I realize there is a big gap in this House and the other parliaments which some members from this House do serve, for instance, the Pan-African Parliament. My committee would be recommending that when the Assembly is nominating members to serve in those other parliaments, they do pick at least a member from Regional Integration Committee, so that the reports that are deliberated in those other parliaments, when they are tabled here, he will have an advantage of the inside information, and this information can be well deliberated in our committee, and this will enrich the debate when we are debating here. So even a changing of standing orders, I think is a normal thing that we should encourage, because we live at a day when we need to change things to rhyme with the times that we are living. Honorable Speaker, I support and I look forward to these changes to benefit the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
The Honorable Beatrice Kemei, Shein. The Honorable Makali Mulu, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to add my voice to this debate on the proposals by the President. Honorable Speaker, a number of things have been proposed in the President's statement. Some of them make a lot of sense. Others, Honorable Speaker, I think they are contentious, what I call contentious issues. Let me run through one by one, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the issue of two-thirds gender, this issue has been in this House for a long time. We have tried our best to get it right. Anytime it comes to voting time, Honorable Speaker, it always falls short of expectation. While it has been proposed by the President, Honorable Speaker, I think it is time we changed tact in terms of how we approach this issue. And it is important that we come up with a different strategy to achieve the expected goal. Honorable Speaker, the idea of two-thirds gender is important to this country, but I think that the strategies we have been using in the past will not give us the results. And what I want to say, Honorable Speaker, is if we go the same way again, I don't think this House will be expecting different results. So even as the President proposes this matter, I think the committee concerned will have to think seriously about a different strategy so that we get a different result. On the matter of the official opposition, Honorable Speaker, I think this matter has been adequately canvassed by the legal minds in this House. And what has come out clearly, Honorable Speaker, is the fact that this matter might be unconstitutional. And Honorable Speaker, if our legal minds have said that, it is important, as JLAC backs on this particular issue, that we are seen to be operating within the Constitution. Why am I saying that? All of us in this House, we have sworn to protect the Constitution. So anything which will appear like being unconstitutional, we must make sure that we do it correctly so that we're not accused of going against the Constitution as members of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, on the matter of the Cabinet Secretaries in this House, is another contentious issue, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, our Constitution is very clear that Cabinet Secretaries will be out of this House. They will not belong to this House. During the BBI initiative, Honorable Speaker, we did propose that we have ministers from this House. We all know what happened. So I don't think, Honorable Speaker, it will be fair as a House to sneak this matter through the back door, and we are seen to be unconstitutional in terms of addressing this matter. So, Honorable Speaker, this matter, we still need sober discourse on it so that at the end of the day, we operate within the law. And Honorable Speaker, my take on this is, if as a country we want to go a presidential system, then let's agree to go presidential as we have agreed. If we want to go parliamentary, Honorable Speaker, it is important we choose parliamentary and go that way, so that we don't have a mixed grill which might not help this country. And Honorable Speaker, always we have what we call best practices. So we must make sure that we don't do things which outside there will appear like we have no idea of what should be done. Honorable Speaker, matters CDF, I think I really don't want to talk much about that. Honorable Speaker, there's a proposal to have an oversight committee, oversight funds, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think we all agree that the Auditor General in our reports has come out clearly over the years to say that a lot of public resources are not being used prudently. And every year we get these reports. We conclude that a third of the budget, Honorable Speaker, which we are appropriating in this House, ends up being either misused, misdirected, and at the end of the day, Kenyans don't get value for money. If, Honorable Speaker, we are to apply the same formula to the county levels, it means about 30%, Honorable Speaker, of the resources we are sending to the counties are still facing the same fate. We are talking about 370 billion, Honorable Speaker. So on average, we are saying about 120 billion every year ends up not being properly appropriated, utilized, whereby, Honorable Speaker, some might be misdirected, and some of those resources might also find their way into individual pockets, Honorable Speaker. So for me, this idea of oversight fund, Honorable Speaker, is very important. And this should be applicable both at the Senate, at the National Assembly, and at the county assemblies, so that anybody in this country, Honorable Speaker, which is involved in oversighting, has adequate resources to do their work. Why am I saying that, Honorable Speaker? For example, if you look at the national level, we are being told about $1 trillion ends up not being applied properly. I've said at the county level about 120 billion is not applied in the right way. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm sure this oversight fund might not even end up being 2 billion at the end of the day. So, Honorable Speaker, if we are able to use 2 billion Kenya shillings to save more than $1 trillion, let it be, Honorable Speaker. So for me, I think this is a matter we should be able to support, so that at the end of the day, we save Kenyans, and Kenyans get value for money in terms of the resources which this House is appropriating. The issue of GAF, Honorable Speaker, we know our women rep cover a very big area. We want to support them, Honorable Speaker, so that as we entrench CDF in the Constitution, GAF also finds a way into that Constitution, so that there is no way these busybodies in this country all seem to have minimal to do and always end up in courts. We want to give them just a final word that they better get another assignment to do, because they are not helping Kenyans. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, there are two things which are very dear to me, and which I think, Honorable Speaker, as a House, even as we look at this issue of oversight funds, CDF and GAF, we need to consider. One of them, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the ward fund, Honorable Speaker, where our colleagues at the County Assembly, our colleagues, the MCRs, Honorable Speaker, members of County Assembly, I think we need to be fair to them, so that even as we devolve these resources through the CDF, we have more resources to be devolved at the county level through the ward fund, Honorable Speaker. If we do that, Honorable Speaker, we'll be able to get development in this country, development which is not tied to any political alignment, Honorable Speaker. The last point, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the financial autonomy to the county assemblies. Honorable Speaker, I'm sure you've been in this House long, and you know that time you used to go for funding as a parliament from the treasury, it was chaotic. That is what is happening in the county assemblies, where currently the CEC finance must sign for their budgets and approve their budget for their budgets. So it becomes very tricky for them to do their oversight role independently, because they are still relying on the executive, Honorable Speaker, to get their financing. It is time, Honorable Speaker, we ensured that the county assemblies in this country have financial autonomy. Just as the President provided financial autonomy to the police force or the police service, Honorable Speaker, it is important that we also support autonomy to our county assemblies. With these many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues in this House to have very sober discourse so that at the end of the day, we do justice to this president's proposal and help Kenyans move to the next level. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the time.
The Honorable Dorothy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I too rise to support this very, very important proposal by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. And on the outset, I want to thank His Excellency for these 4 worthy considerations that he has thought will heal some of the problems that we contend with in this country. Honorable Speaker, I too appreciate and acknowledge that His Excellency the President is a seasoned politician, and he has been here for quite a while. And he knows too well these issues, if handled and adopted by this House, they'll cure some of the issues that we contend with every day. Honorable Speaker, the last of things that His Excellency has put across for consideration is the entrenchment of the NCGDF and the GAF in the Constitution. Every member seated in this House today appreciates the importance and the very important role that this particular fund plays in our constituencies as far as looking at the welfare and well-being of our electorates stands. Honorable Speaker, very many children have benefited from this particular fund, and this is the only government fund that if you walk across every constituency, you can be able to stand up and say it has done ABCD. And therefore, this fund, we can only do justice if it is entrenched in the Constitution so that nobody wakes up one morning and decides that NCDGF should not be given to the members of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, it's important for the Kenyans to understand that our members of Parliament don't have a hand in this fund. It is a fund that is controlled from somewhere centrally. It is a fund that even has fund managers. The only thing that a member of Parliament does is to oversight this fund. And I'm sure this is the more reason why this fund is utilized very, very well. Honorable Speaker, the proposal of the gender parity, it is 13 years now down the line from the 2010 Constitution. And Honorable Speaker, we have been contending with this issue of the 2/3 gender rule. And it is important to note that, yes, women can go for elected positions and they can vie in even single-member constituencies, but, Honorable Speaker, it has been increasingly difficult as much as we are making inroads in elected positions for the women to win various positions in the counties or in the various constituencies due to unequal opportunities and an even playground that the women find themselves in. And therefore, it is very prudent, Honorable Speaker, if we can consider our women so that at the end of the day, they can be on the decision-making table. Honorable Speaker, I note with a lot of concern, sometimes we still have to struggle and have to which formula. And the formula, Honorable Speaker, for picking these women so that they can sit in Parliament or sit in appointed position, it is not something that we should be struggling with. let us accept the concept is very good, and then at the end of it all, we can come back on the table again and accept and ask ourselves which is the best way of doing it. Honorable Speaker, the other amendment of establishing the office of the Leader of Opposition, I want to, on the outset, state that establishing the official office of the Leader of Opposition is not in any way power sharing, and as a House, we should not be distracted by the names. That office will be very beneficial because the opposition will now be able to critically examine the work of the government, question the government in the House, have an opportunity to interact with the CSs when they appear before Parliament, and they'll be able to debate in a very healthy way the issues that are believing our members or our people down in the constituencies. Issues like the ongoing drought, the budgetary, and to provide alternatives to the government in a more well-structured and organized platform. Honorable Speaker, is establishing the office of the official opposition leader will enable the opposition to be involved in non-policy decisions such as appointments when they arise, and they question all these appointments in the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, it is very sad when we see today the official opposition leader walking in the streets of Nairobi, opposing the government in the streets, well, the people that you are telling issues don't even sometimes understand what issues you are trying to oppose. It is important that we have this office, bearing in mind that we are not creating the office for any particular individual. We are creating these offices so that whoever will find themselves in opposition. And Honorable Speaker, it's important for all of us to note that there is no permanent position for any politician. Today, you can be in government, tomorrow you may be the opposition leader. And bearing that in mind, this is the more reason why His Excellency the President has said we establish this office so that we can honor the different people who hold various positions. Honorable Speaker, I want to say the other issue that the President has brought for consideration is having ministers, the cabinet, the CSs to come before the floor of the House. This might be a rather emotive issue because we have other platforms where the CSs can go, but I want to say it is a very welcome idea because we don't sit in every committee that works for Parliament. But when the CSs appear in Parliament, every member of Parliament will have an opportunity, equal opportunity to interrogate them. After all, this is the only way the CSs can be accountable to the people, because the issues that the members of Parliament float anywhere, they do it for and on behalf of the electorates. Honorable Speaker, I want to end by saying and urging all members, when the time comes for us to consider these proposals by His Excellency, we all rise and support in the spirit of ensuring that this country is more important than the small issues that we contend with. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I am informed that there are a number of members who would wish to contribute to this motion, but who have contributed to the same before. The rules are very clear. You don't contribute to a motion twice. As a matter of fact, even if you just stand up and say, I second, that is taken as having contributed. Unless the motion is amended, you can contribute to the main motion, and if it's amended, you also then contribute to the amended motion. But you can't contribute to the same motion twice. Under the circumstances, Honorable Sigei, Beatrice Kamei, John Gitonga, Waluke, although you have booked and you want to contribute to this motion, you have already done that. You don't get another chance, unless, of course, there's going to be an amendment to this motion, and I don't foresee that. I will call on, is Kibet Komingoi here? Is Jackson Lakumontare? Fatuma Mohammed? Oh, Jackson Lakumontare, proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to contribute to this very important motion. Honorable Speaker, there are several issues contained in these proposed issues, and I think, Honorable Speaker, most of these issues are very important to Kenyans. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the issue of NGCDF, just as other members have said, it's a very important issue, and it is important to Kenyans. And I think, Honorable Speaker, there are so many beneficial things when it comes to these funds, even including the NGAF issue. I think it goes directly to the citizen of Kenya, and it is very important if this will be anchored in the Constitution. And I think, Honorable Speaker, even right now, the NGCDF is just at the mercy of other people, because even recently, we are almost failing to get these funds. And Honorable Speaker, when it comes to ministers coming to the Parliament, to this House, I think it is very important if these ministers will be members of Parliament, rather than those ministers coming elsewhere. But I think when it comes to that, maybe when we have to look at the whole thing, it's very important, and even that is what we wanted as a House, that the members of Parliament will be ministers in this House. That one will be more beneficial to Kenyans than the ministers who are in the offices coming to this House. Because, Honorable Speaker, I imagine if the Minister for Education will be here, how many questions will that minister be able to tackle at a time when he will come? So I think some of them we need to look at those things. And this leader of opposition, the office of leader of opposition, I think, I don't know, Honorable Speaker, if maybe the government decided to bring that office of the leader of opposition, I think the opposition leader will be more stronger when he has to know that office be given by the government. Because I'm looking at it, that if this government will fund that opposition, they are being enticed even not to work. So I think we don't need it now. Let it be the way it is. And I think it is very important for us to look at it, because if the government will give you the funds to run that office, where will that office end and where is it hanging? If it is not reaching every part of the country, I think it's something we need to look at it, and we are going to make the right decision when that time comes. Otherwise, the Senate fund will help the senators to oversight, and I think as elected leaders, all of us, we have the role of oversight funds. And if you look at all these proposed funds to be in the Constitution, somebody will look at it as if it is there to benefit the elected leaders, while the intention is to help the citizen. Because if women reps want the girls to be there, and the MPs want the NGCDF to be there, senators are given funds, I think people can even look at that angle, but they are important because there is nobody who will go and do a lot of oversight using your own money. So I think, Honorable Speaker, this is a good proposal, but we have to look at it, and when it comes the time for us to deal at each and every item there, we are going to give the right decision, which will be now beneficial to our people. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the chance. I support.
The Honorable Ngoyoyo, MP for Kajiado, followed by Fatuma Mohammed, Migori.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to support the constitutional amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I have to say that part of the many solutions that we can offer to this country is putting in legislation that is people-centered. Mr. Speaker, NGCDF, as it is, has not been anchored in the Constitution. But in 2003, when they started CDF, Mr. Speaker, when a member of this parliament moved an act of parliament, it was in the intention that every constituency will not be left behind on matters development. And it brought in the issue of equitable share for every constituency, so that, Mr. Speaker, you would have classes in Mandera, classes in Wajir, classes in Nyamira, and the country would say it's moving forward in a consistent manner. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the issue of NGCDF, once we enshrine it in this constitution, Mr. Speaker, we will have evaded the notorious people, Mr. Speaker, who are against our children going to school. They take this NGCDF to court just because it has an act of parliament. But once we put it in the constitution, Mr. Speaker, it will be a constitutional legislation, Mr. Speaker. I also want to say that going forward, the people of Kenya in very many ways have shown that they believe that NGCDF offers part of the solution, especially in schools. Mr. Speaker, all of us in this National Assembly are faced by one problem in every January and February, that all our secondary school going children would come to a member of parliament to ask them, sponsor my education, I'm called to this school, I'm not able to go through. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, these are the funds that we intend to enshrine in the Constitution to make sure that the future of our children and the betterment of the lives of our people is enshrined in the Constitution. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to agree that we need to amend the Constitution to enshrine NGCDF. Together, Mr. Speaker, with the Affirmative Action Fund. So that, Mr. Speaker, when the young people are funded for their projects with this money, it is also constitutional, Mr. Speaker. It is not just an act of this parliament that anybody can wake up in the morning and say it is unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, you also realize the issue of gender is a serious issue. And we would not want to be like the 12th parliament. We want to have done our part. And I think, Mr. Speaker, I'm one of the people who will be supporting that we amend this constitution, Mr. Speaker, so that this assembly does its part to comply with the 2/3 gender rule, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some would argue it is expensive, some will argue it is this way, but the constitution, we created a responsibility to ourselves to make sure that we are compliant to the 2/3 gender rule. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of oversight fund. Mr. Speaker, the main role of the National Assembly, both the Senate and this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is to oversight. And therefore, we should actually be at our topmost to make sure that we do our job of oversight in very many ways. And Mr. Speaker, this is the only job that cannot be equated by putting in an amount of money. And therefore, we need to put our resources and our energy towards doing the right oversight and to making sure that all the monies that our government, that we appropriate as Parliament, we also oversight the same money. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to agree with the move of the motion, Mr. Speaker, that we need to amend the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Mr. Speaker, so that we make sure that the future of our children is bright by enshrining NGCDF, Mr. Speaker, and making sure that our people who believe that NGCDF is the only visible money continues to exist, Mr. Speaker, beyond this 13th Parliament. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say I support the issue of NGCDF. I support the issue of the constitutional amendment on the 2/3 gender rule, Mr. Speaker, the oversight fund, and I'm looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to a healthy debate going forward to make sure that we are part of history that made sure that going forward in the future, Mr. Speaker, that our people will always have money equitably from Lodwar, from Mandera, Taita Taveta, Kajiado, and that all our constituency, where I come from, Mr. Speaker, Kajiado North, this is the only money that is visible. And even as we talk, Mr. Speaker, when it delays, it becomes a very big burden to the people of Ongata Rongai, Ngong, and even Kiserian. I am looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to this Parliament enshrining this law and being part of the history that made sure that this money lives to put every constituency forward by all dimensions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Fatuma, followed by the Honorable Charles Ochoke. Is Charles in the House? And then, in that case, Emorua Dikir, Jonathan Gero. Proceed.
Shukran, Bwana Spika. Nimeamka kuitetea NCDF NGAF. Kama mwakilishi wa mama, najua kile hiki kiti na hiki pesa kinachokuja kwa kiti chetu kinatusaidia naye kama wale walioko mashinani. Kusema kweli, NCDF na NGAF kabisa ndio serikali wanaojulikana mashinani. Ambapo inasemwa ya kuwa haiko kwenye katiba, ni msaada ambaye hata mwananchi akisikia kweli anapata uchungu. Kwa mambo yale yote ambayo yamezungumziwa, NCDF na NGAF ni kama kanisa kwetu nyumbani. Usipopata hauna maisha pale. Serikali kuu haipati nafasi ya kufika mashinani kujua shida ile wananchi wako naye. Kwa hivyo hii pesa ndio inatusaidia. Na kusema kweli, japokuwa tunapewa hiki kiti ili pia tutetee mambo mengine, lakini bila NCDF na NGAF hata hamna maana ya kuwa na mbunge. Sababu kitu kikubwa wananchi wanaangalia ni hii pesa ambayo inakuja kwenye kiti hili. Kwa hivyo hii, mimi kibinafsi, kama ingekuwa kitu cha kuamrisha leo, ingeamrishwa leo hii iwekwe kwenye katiba, bila hata kuuliza wananchi, kwa sababu wananchi wenyewe tunaowakilisha wanatusukuma kutuuliza kila siku, mbona inasemekana hivyo? Na haikai vizuri kusema kweli. Hili pesa tuirudishe, ijulikane katika katiba ya kuwa ni haki ya wananchi. Kwa upande wa kuongeza idadi ya wamama kwa nyumba hilo pia ni changamoto kubwa sana. Kusema kweli, hadi sasa tuko na upungufu ukubwa sana. Hata mandugu zetu ambaye ni wabunge wenzetu wanakubaliana nasi ya kuwa kweli idadi yetu iko chini. Na hata kwa sasa sisi ambaye ni wakilisho wa mama tayari tunaambiwa ya kuwa mwaka election inayokuja ndio itakuwa mwisho ya kiti hili kuwa. Na hapo tayari imeleta baridi kwa wananchi na hata sisi ambaye ni wamama. Kama kwa sasa ndio wanatubabaisha, wanatuambia uchaguzi unaokuja baada ya hiyo kiti cha wamama haitakuwa tena. Na kwa hapa sasa hatuna idadi ya kutosha. Je, tukifika mtihani huo utufikie ya kuwa tufike kwenye uchaguzi mpya na hiki kiti ifanywe uchaguzi wa mwisho inayokuja, huenda hata kutakuwa na mama hata mmoja katika hii nyumba. Kwa hivyo hii ni mswada ambaye tungeipitisha kwa haraka sana hata bila kurudi kwa wananchi. Kuna maneno ambayo itahitaji turudi kwa wananchi kwa njia ya referendum ili wananchi watuambie, je, mnakubaliana na maneno hili tunayozungumzia kwa hii nyumba? Lakini katika NCDF na NGAF na idadi ya wamama kwa hii nyumba ni kitu ambaye watu wote wa Kenya wanakubaliana nasi ya kuwa inahitajika kwa umuhimu na kwa haraka. Kwa upande wa waliochaguliwa kama ma-CS wetu kuja kwa hili nyumba, sijui kama litakuwa na maana tena kuwa na committee. Kwa sababu kama anaweza kuja hapa akajibu mswala, basi haja gani committee wakae chini tena kutumia hela ya wananchi tena kumuita mkubwa mwingine aelezee vile pesa ilivyotumika katika ministry hiyo. Kwa hivyo kwa maoni yangu naona ni kama tunaipatia kazi mbili mikono miwili. Kazi moja mikono miwili. Hamna haja aje hapa mwingine asungumuzie maneno mengine na kwa katika committee pia tuliita mwingine akasungumuzia maneno mengine. Ili haina maana kabisa. Kama tunataka waje katika hii nyumba, basi wachaguliwe kati wetu. Ili atakuwa hapa, anaambiwa amka utetee hilo jambo linalosungumuziwa na kwa haraka tutapata jibu na tuache mambo ya committee. Ama tuendelee na committee ili waje wao tunawauliza maswali. Na ukiangalia idadi ya wabunge walioko katika hii nyumba, tunaelekea karibu 400. Ni wakati gani mmoja wetu atapata nafasi wa kumsungumuza na huyo CS wakati atakapokuja hapa? Kwa sababu kuja kwake hapa itakuwa muda mfupi, huenda ni muda wa dakika 20, 30. Ni nafasi gani tutapata kila mmoja ili asungumuzia yale ambayo angependa kumuuliza. Lakini wakati tunakaa kwa kikao cha committee, kama huko na neno, umekubaliwa kufika pale kwa committee. Manake committee huwa ni watu 15 na ikienda sana ni watu 20. Tunapata nafasi ya kuongea na kurudia yale ambayo tunataka kusikia kutoka kwa huyo mkubwa tuliyemuita, kuliko kumleta hapa kwa nyumba na kumwangalia bila kumuuliza maswali. Na wabunge wengine ambayo pia sio committee members wanasema ya kuwa wapati nafasi ya kuuliza maswali, lakini wamekubaliwa kukuja katika hiyo committee hata kama sio member ili aulize maswali ambayo anataka ajulishwe kinafsi. Basi kuna muda wa kutosha aje pale aulize haya maswali badala ya kuwaleta ministers hapa, CSs hapa na kuharibu wakati tu ili iende tu kwenye record ya kuwa alikuja akaulizwa maswali na huenda watu 2 watatu. Na nikiangalia desturi ya hili nyumba, huenda ni wakubwa wachache 2 watatu ndio watapata nafasi wa kuzungumza. Sisi kama wawakilishi wa mama au wachache walioko ndani ya hii nyumba hatutapata nafasi wa kuzungumza na huyo CS atakapokuja katika hii nyumba. Kwa haya machache mimi ningependelea yaliyoko muhimu sana kwa sasa na kwa dharura ni NCDF na NGAF ipitishwe bila kuipelekwa hata kwenye referendum. Cha pili ni uwakilishi wa mama katika hii nyumba ipitishwe bila hata kupelekwa kwenye referendum. Mengine ni makubwa ambayo inahitaji Wanjiko na Atieno aongee aseme ungependelea hiki kifanyike ama upendelei. Kwa haya machache na shukuru.
Umechangia mswada huu kwa ufasaha na ueledi ya kutotambua eneo unakotokea. Kama ungeomba nafasi ningekuongeza muda, lakini nitaita ndugu mheshimiwa wa eneo bunge la Emurua Dikir, mwanasheria Joana Ngeno aendelee kwa hiyo lugha hiyo ya taifa hiyo.
Bwana Spika, nataka nishukuru. Unajua hii lugha ya Kiswahili sijui ilitokea msitu gani ikaingia hapa Kenya. Tunasemaga lugha ya Kiingereza ilikuja na meli. Sasa sijui kama hii ilikuja na farasi ama ilikuja na mguu ikatupata hapa. Bwana Spika, hata hivyo wacha tujaribu kuangalia kama tunaweza jadiliana kwa hiyo lugha. Nataka nishukuru kwa sababu ya hii nafasi, na pia nataka kushukuru kwa minajili ya hii ripoti ambayo ilitumwa na Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya hapa bungeni, ndio tujaribu kuangaza na kuangalia venye tutaendelea. Bwana Spika, watu wengi wameshinda wakiuliza ya kwamba utungaji wa sheria inakuwaga ya bunge, na kwa ukweli Bwana Spika, utunzaji wa sheria ama watu ambao wamepewa jukumu ya kutunga sheria na constitution ama katiba ya nchi ni sisi wajumbe. Bwana Spika, lazima pia tukubali ya kwamba mikono miwili ama mitatu ya sheria, ya serikali ambayo ni bunge, ambayo ni executive ama executive na kotini. Hiyo ni mikono mitatu ya sheria, mikono mitatu ya serikali. Na ukiona saa zingine Bwana Spika, tukituma sheria ama tukiunda sheria hapa, kotini inaweza hujumu hiyo sheria ama inaweza angusha hiyo sheria na kusema kwamba ni kinyume cha katiba na kutoa mwelekeo, na saa zingine tunaitumia zile precedences ya kotini inatumika kama sheria. So hata hivyo, angaa sheria imesema sisi wenyewe ndio watunza sheria, kuna ile mikono yenye tumewapea pia jukumu ya kuunda sheria, ambaye pia executive saa zingine wanaiundaga masheria zao, angaa inafaa kupitishwa hapa bungeni. So Bwana Spika, naamini ya kwamba Rais kuandikia bungeni kwamba kwa sababu nyinyi ndio mnatunza sheria ama mnatunga sheria, hivi ndio mafikiri zangu. Naamini Bwana Spika, hiyo sio makosa. Nikienda sasa kwa hoja mwenyewe Bwana Spika, ni kwamba jambo la muhimu ambaye Mheshimiwa Rais ametuma hapa, especially kuhusu ile kazi yenye tunafanya hapa kama bungeni, kutuma mawaziri na kuomba hii bunge ipitishe kupitia standing orders ama amri ya kusimama. Bwana Spika, kanuni za nilikuwa nafikiria ni kanuni za kusimama. Bwana Spika, hizo kanuni tutaibadilisha, tuhakikishe kwamba wale mawaziri ambao tunataka kuwauliza maswali wakuja hapa ndio wajibu maswali. Lakini naamini Bwana Spika, a lasting ile suluhu ya kudumu ni kuangalia kama tunaweza badilisha kipengee ya katiba ya Kenya. Although tunajua presidential system ama urais, yani system ya urais ndio inafanya kazi za hii Kenya, lakini venye tumeona hata sababu rais mwenyewe anatuma mawaziri hapa ni kuonesha kwamba ile mahali tulikuwa tunaifanyia ukaguzi ama oversight kwa mawaziri ifanyiki vizuri saa zingine, ila wakati wamekuja kuwajibika hapa bungeni, kwa sababu saa zingine wakati tunafanya hivyo inakuwa live. So Bwana Spika, naamini ya kwamba wakati fulani tukiamua kuangalia hii sheria, kwa sababu sheria haikuundwa, sheria hii tuliunda sisi wenyewe kama wananchi wa Kenya, na hii sheria tuliunda ndio ifanye maisha ya mwananchi aswa ikuwe rahisi. Haikuundwa iwe ni kitu kama punishment ama kitu ya kuleta shida. Kwa hivyo tukiunda sheria na tuione kwamba hiyo sheria mahali yenye tumeiunda haifanyi kazi mzuri, ni jukumu yetu kama bunge kama wananchi, tukienda referendumu tuhakikishe kwamba ile mahali ambayo tunaona haistahili kuwa tuibadilishe. Kwa hivyo naomba Bwana Spika, ikifika wakati tuone kwamba ile sistemu yenye tunaitumia saa hii ya presidential ifanye kazi vizuri, tunaweza badilisha tukue na ile kitu ambayo inaitwa hybrid, ile mchanganyiko maalum yenye kuna kuwaka na urais yenye inachaguliwa na raia, na tunakuwaka pia na mawaziri ambao wanakuja hapa bungeni ama wanatolewa kama wajumbe, ndio sasa wakuwe wakifanya hiyo kazi hapa bungeni. Bwana Spika, naamini hapo ndio labda rais alikuwa anataka tuone, tujaribu kupractice wakati tunaleta hawa mawaziri hapa. Kwa hivyo nataka niseme naunga mkono hivyo. Jambo la pili Bwana Spika, ambaye rais ameiguzia sana, ni mambo ya 2/3 gender rule. Hiyo sijui niita nini, hiyo mali ya sheria, ninaamini ya kwamba hata wale watu ambao walikuwa wanaandikisha hii katiba ya Kenya walishindwa kupata suluhu. Kwa sababu Bwana Spika, inakuwaje ya kwamba watu ambao wamepewa jukumu ya kuandikisha sheria walikaa Kenya hii kuzunguka Kenya mzima, wakaenda wakakaa Naivasha, wakaandikisha sheria, lakini dakika ya mwisho wakaweka kipengee fulani, wakasema ati bunge itaenda kulegislate ama kuunda sheria kufanya hiyo kazi. Kwa nini hao wenyewe walishindwa? Ni kwa sababu naamini ni kitu ngumu sana, na bunge yote kuanzia bunge ya 11, bunge ya 12 na hii bunge ya 13 iwezi maliza hii kitu inaitwa 2/3 gender rule. Mimi mwenyewe naamini ya kwamba kama kweli tunataka kusaidia the other gender, ile gender ingine, ile mahali tunaweza saidia sana ni tukiunda sheria yenye inasema kwa kila appointment, sio election, kila appointment iwe ni kwamba 50% kwa 100 iwe ni ya kila gender, so that Bwana Speaker, hiyo ni lazima, kwa sababu unapewa nafasi ya kuappoint watu, haupewi nafasi ya kuelect, unapewa nafasi ya kuappoint watu. So ukipewa hiyo nafasi ya kuappoint watu, unaweza amua, kwa sababu sheria iko, useme huyu nitatoa kama mwanamke, huyu nitatoa kama mwanaume. So sio kama hii ya uchaguzi. Uchaguzi, Bwana Speaker, ni raia mwenyewe ndio anaamua, na raia hataki kujua kama wewe ni mwanamke ama kama wewe ni mwanaume. Anakuchagua tu kulingana na venye amekuona, kama unastahili kuwa kiongozi yake. So saa zingine unajua kwa katiba kuna mahali nasema uchaguzi is through universal suffrage. Sijui kwa Kiswahili, Bwana Speaker, venye nilisema Kiswahili kuja na mguu ikatupata barabarani tumeenda tayari. So saa zingine kuna vitu zingine hatujui. So sijui kwa hiyo ya universal suffrage inasema uchaguzi ya kiongozi yeyote inategemea mtu mwenyewe aseme mimi nachagua huyu, mimi nachagua huyu, hata kama hiyo mtu ni kiwete, kama huyo mtu ni mwanamke, kama huyo mtu ni mwanaume, uchaguzi ya huyo mtu inategemea mtu mwenyewe. Kwa hivyo Bwana Speaker, naamini ya kwamba tukitaka suluhisho ya kudumu, tuseme ya kwamba kwa sheria yetu hiyo ni kwamba kwa ile mahali ya kuappoint ama ile mahali ya appointment, not elective, ikuwe ni hapo ndio tunaitafutia 50 kwa 50. Bwana Speaker, jambo la mwisho ni hii ya CDF. Naamini ya kwamba, na nataka nishukuru Rais kwa sababu ninaona ni kama ametusaidia sana, na hata yeye pia anaunga mkono hii kitengo cha CDF. Bwana Speaker, mtu yeyote ambaye amewahi kuwa mbunge ya Kenya, mtu yeyote ambaye hata amewahi kutafuta kiti ya kuwa mbunge, hawezi, na mimi nasema hii nikijua, hawezi kubali CDF itolewe. Wale watoto ambao wamesomea CDF huko villages, whether amefika university, whether amemaliza university, whether ako secondary, hawezi kubali CDF itolewe. Kwa sababu hii CDF imekaa ni kama ile kitu inakuja kubalance ile mahali labda county governments wameshindwa kufanya, ile mahali national government wameshindwa kuifikia. Hii ni pesa ambayo inaenda mpaka mahali rais mwenyewe hawezi fikia ama governor mwenyewe hawezi fikia. So naamini ya kwamba rais mwenyewe juu alikuwa mjumbe hata yeye wakati fulani, ameielewa ya kwamba CDF iko na maana, na sisi kama wajumbe tutasaidiana tuhakikishe kwamba tumeiweka kwa katiba ya Kenya, ndio isikuje isumbue watoto wetu ambao watakuwa wajumbe baadaye. Hii pesa inasaidia Kenya, hii pesa inasaidia hata governors, kwa sababu kuna vitu yenye governors hawezi fanya kwa sababu ya ulaghai yao, lakini wajumbe wanawasaidia so that hata wakifika hapo watapata imejengwa, kama ni barabara, kama ni shule. Na kama hii pesa ingekuwa, magovernors wangekuwa na shida mingi. Kwa hivyo Bwana Speaker, naiunga mkono na nasema ya kwamba ikifika wakati wa kuunda hii sheria, sisi tutakuwa hapo, tutasaidia rais na tutasaidia wananchi wa Kenya kuunda hiyo sheria. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Asante sana Bwana Joanna Ngeno. Would we have on a special request the gentleman from Ruaraka constituency in Nairobi? Bwana Charles Onchoke, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. As you know, trying to speak in Swahili will be like committing suicide in this house. And because I respect this house, I don't want to start falling down that a whole member for Ruaraka has choked because his tongue has entered in his throat. So I wouldn't go that direction. I would want to speak in the language of my mother, which is English.
I actually gave you a priority because I thought, being the MP from Nairobi County, that year you would be talking in Kiswahili.
No, the side of town where we come, we speak in English, because every square, we are learned per square foot. Mr. Speaker, allow me to contribute my very little thoughts on this matter in a very short and precise manner as I can be able. You know, really, this motion is a very strange one. In my experience as a legislator or in my parliamentary work, this is the first time that the executive is requesting the legislature to do something of this sort. We know that by the Constitution, the President makes remarks or makes reports to this House according to the Constitution. And it is in those reports that we get policy discussions of the Cabinet. It is from those reports that we are able to make policy recommendations. This is the first time that the executive has done this. Scholars will analyze the constitutionality of this move. We are worried because, you see, the executive already has a lot of powers in legislation making, including what is loosely called the veto power. It's really not a veto power, but it is a power, to send a memorandum against some legislation that the executive may feel different. So the first thing we must be worried in this House is we do not want executive overreach, that a president should feel that he can make legislation by way of sending information to this House. That is an issue that should concern each one of us. You see, those of us who have, taken time to understand the whole principle of separation of powers will be very worried if another arm of government would be given an opportunity or would avail himself the opportunity to make laws and also to implement that law. The clean position should be that the executive would implement laws which have been passed by the legislature, and the judiciary would make decisions on interpretation of the law. But there is nothing that breaks the arm when these reports come to us, because we may decide to approve them or we may decide to reject them. I'm only worried when the report could have come by way of memorandum. But you see, it is still a chalice, because you see, that executive also commands respect in this House in the sense that there is a majority party forming the government in which that executive is able to influence positively, even to pass that legislation. So at the end of the day, you come to the same thing. Of course, he's not making legislation, but he is coming purposefully to, to endear the House to make suggestions. But he has the drumstick by which he will come back and get the majority party forming the government to accept those positions. At the end of the day, you will have an executive overreach. So that is one thing that should concern us. We have to decide, Mheshimiwa Ngeno, whether we want to be presidential or parliamentary. Even when you want to have this hydra hair called hybrid, which is there is no constitutional formation that I know which is like that. But if you have to have what the lecturers called an autochthonous constitution, meaning something which befits us, we still have to discuss this as a country. We cannot discuss this here as members, 349 members assembled, and think that those are the issues, the decisions of the people we represent. We are their representatives in terms of legislation, but we are not their representatives in terms of the Constitution. Constitution is for every individual, and every individual must make a voice. So at the end of the day, even if you want to have this thing we call mixed system, that mixed system should spring from the people. And we must therefore create a mechanism, a convention, a national convention, where people can speak, and we want to know, do we want to go the presidential way? Do we want to have a mixed system? Nothing which, any system which works is good for this country. But all we must do is that let us respect the people, because they passed a constitution in which the people, we the people, the sovereignty of the people is much more important than anything else. So that is the second thing. You see, to walk on this carpet, members, to walk on this carpet, you must be elected by the people. We are representatives to walk on this carpet alone. That is why everybody else who is not elected is a stranger. It could be very good because you want to, it's an issue of convenience to have somebody here to answer. But there is a question of representation. In other words, has the people given you opportunity to speak on their behalf? That is very important. Including those people which we call ministers. Even Moi, in that system, which was parliamentary, Moi had to nominate you first and turn you into a representative before he could appoint you as a minister. You just can't walk here because you're a technical person, and then you stand here, and you speak from the chamber. Who gave you that opportunity? And that is why we are saying we don't have to change the Constitution. Let us just change the standing orders. And soon, Mr. Speaker, I know that the procedure committee is soon bringing before us proposals on how they can stand over there. That is where they should stand and answer to us here, because there is not plenary. And they can say as much as they want, and we can grill them as much. But to bring them with this mess here, it must get the blessing of the people, which is through the ballot. There is no shortcut about it. And if we want to go that direction, which is possible, let us go to the people through referendum, and let us change the system, in which case people are brought here, and then they are appointed from here. Or they are nominated, but they must come here. So thinking that there could be a very short way in which people are coming to be able to debate in this house will not happen. It is a wishful thinking that cannot happen. The last one, which I want to speak about, has something to do with 2/3. You know, I don't even think that this motion is, I think it has more political value than constitutional value. Because I suspect that, Mr. Speaker, I can see my time is running down, but seeing the House the way it is, I think we can be able to discuss these issues properly.
It's not seeing the House, but I like, and you are recognized for the points and the dimensions you are bringing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And because of that, reading the mood of the House and the interest Joanna Ngeno and other members have in what contribution you're making, I'll give you 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these 2/3, we have dealt with it especially, is exactly how Mheshimiwa Ngeno had said. It is not the question of lack of law. It is already there in the Constitution. And the Constitution mandates us to make legislation to make it work. You know, you can't police something over a people if it cannot work. Look, all those who have interest, do research all over the world and tell me where there is a constitution, even one, that has these 2/3 that you're talking about. And that is why the Constitution was drafted in the same way that it is in Bundestag, which is Germany. Germany is one of the most strong people. I would have expected this member from Migori to to listen to this because, you know, so the problem is when gender is mentioned, it becomes emotive. And if you have views against something, people think that you are anti-gender. It may not be so. Germany is one of those governments that is very strongly supporting the female gender. But you know what they do? They don't bring a law like this. They support women where they are. If you are doing business, they support you. If you are in a profession, they support you. So they give you such strong support that you can vie with men on 50-50 basis. And it has happened in Germany. The chancellor was a woman. Right now, the chancellor is a woman. And half, in fact, more than half of Bundesrat are women. You go to New Zealand, where the retired prime minister was a lady. That is what they do. They support people where they believe. Go to Poland, a very young girl. The entire cabinet, half of it is women. Young girls, some of them are only 26 years old. But that is what they do. They don't have a constitution which is written to police people that now we have to have so many women here for it to work. You can't police people through law. So what we need to do is to have a flexible environment, as we do right now, and bring legislation which can help and support women. If it is about the funds that we have, let us have an affirmative fund which helps women to be strong enough to be able to campaign, and people will bring them into this house without trying to force wananchi through a constitution to do this kind of thing. You know, me, I speak plainly. So if you feel that I am going against the other gender, it is because what the constitution is telling me. Now, CDF and those other things, I think the president is coming late. We are already on track. I would wish that we close our eyes to whatever else is happening and we go on track by what we have started. There are already proposals before us. The president can support us out there on the roadside or wherever he can be, but I think as this house we should close our eyes and process the legislation we had before us in terms of CDF and Senate. And I like the fact that we are not talking about CDF. We are talking about parliamentary oversight. CDF is not for members of parliament. There is no time a member of parliament can put his hand on CDF. CDF comes as a package, guided by law, how it is supposed to be done. The member of parliament, other than the fact that it is happening within your constituency, there is no more control you can give it. And that is why we need now money to be able to oversight that millions which has gone into CDF. So when we are talking about parliamentary oversight, members from the other house need to understand us. That there is only one institution called parliament. The rest are just houses. They need as much money in Senate as we do here to oversight. So let it be parliamentary oversight so that money is availed, a senator is able to do his work, and a member is able to do his work. A member, for example, from Migori should be able to do his work even though he is not a single constituency member. This is how we will succeed. And it has happened. It is happening in South Africa. That is a system they are using. It is happening in the United States of America. United States of America, there is money which is given to a member. It is availed to the constituency office. So that when a constituent comes to your office, is looking for this or for that, you are able to draw that money. And after that, you account for it. It is happening. It is also happening in Germany. You go and research, just Google. You will find that those members have money by which they are able to accomplish what they're doing. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. I want us to treat this motion as a wake-up call, but not that it is now a legislative proposal by which we have to make. We already have those legislative proposals. Let us work on them. But I thank Mr. President for thinking a positive way in which already the legislature has already taken a leap forward. I thank you so much.
Honorable Kajwang, just before you sit, because you're still within your time, and as Honorable Charles Onchoke, who is also a lawyer and a finance mind, and the MP for Narok North prepare also in that order. I wanted to get your views on Article 38, Sub-Article 2 and Sub-Article 3. I don't know whether you have it.
If I could quickly just...
Yeah, I want you to read it, and for the House, and once you read it, make us understand, because the President is seeking our views. There is no bill before us yet. How, in your view, as a legal expert, can we secure two-third gender rule in the manner South Africa and those other jurisdictions are doing so?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Article 38 deals with political rights. And political rights begin from participation in political parties. Every citizen has a right to participate in a fair and regular elections. And over the page, vote is by secret ballot. This is the point, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for bringing up this issue.
Just kindly read up to Sub-Article 3.
Yes. Sub-Article 3, every adult citizen has the right, without unreasonable restriction, to be registered and to vote by secret ballot and to be a candidate for public office. Exactly, Mr. Speaker. You cannot force a people. I needed to speak when we were full house. It is not possible to force a people. These things are political rights which are guaranteed by the Constitution. And if you leave 38 the way it is, it means that people have a right to go to the polls and elect the person which by their own volition they have decided to choose. Whether they be men, if they are women, if they are, as long as they are people over 18 years old. That is what the Constitution says. Now, we understand that we need to develop both the genders. It springs from here that we must now promote political parties. For example, if a political party, ODM, I need to look at it, does it have framework and structures of supporting women? And how is that possible? For example, the political parties fund, is it going to some women activity that can help women campaign and make them strong? But you cannot force people to elect women. That is not possible. You cannot force people to elect women. The only way you can do that is to do an affirmative action. Support the women, let them be strong enough so that when they go for election, they can compete even better than the women, than the men of this society. And I care about women because my house has more women than me. When we vote at home, I always lose the vote because I have more women than men. This is the point that, Mr. Speaker, just as you have shown, it is not possible to force a people to elect any gender for that matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Tom Joseph Francis Kajwang. The Honorable Charles Onchoke, the Member of Parliament for the great people of Bonchari.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. I won't go deep into the law or the constitutionality of the issues that have been presented through the President's memorandum. But allow me to speak very generally on the issues before us, on the CDF, on the leader for the opposition, and suggestion of the CSs to come here before the House, and the two-third gender rule. Mr. Speaker, having listened to the contributions to the Speaker, to the members who have spoken before me, the tally I've taken is that the CDF is not in contention. I think what the president is doing is coming to join where the House is already moving to. There is a team already working on this matter so that we can have our CDF properly shielded and properly guarded so that it's not taken away from the people who need it so much. When you look at what CDF has done, I've just come from Bonchari, the constituency I represent. There is need to have even more CDF going to the people so they can support all the projects and the functions it's intended to support. When you compare CDF with the other two accounts, the national government and the county government, there's a stark difference. It's only CDF that doesn't have a pending bill, not a penny. But the county account, the national government account, there are billions of shillings that are in pending bills. A lot of countries have come to Kenya to start this model, and they are implementing it, and it's a big success in many countries of this on the world. Therefore, the question you would pose, Mr. Speaker, is why do you want to do away with something that is working for us, which have been borrowed and is working well wherever it has been taken? Mr. Speaker, like many members have said before, you walk any part of this country, you see, glaring evidence, there's evidence everywhere of CDF. But you can't say so much about the other two accounts. As a matter of fact, in Bonchari, when you look at our schools, what CDF has developed is very magnificent, it's very beautiful, nice buildings, nice classrooms. But there is something that is an eyesore, the part that's been left to the county governments, the ECD section of our education, the buildings that our kids at that level are using are a shame. They are mabati structures, they are mud structures, whereas the other levels of education are beautiful, they are permanent.
The MP who is standing between the speaker and the member speaking should read the standing orders again. You don't block the view of the speaker from the member.
So you ask yourself if it's the same in other constituencies, that the section that is funded by the county government, it's a structure that you not want to have in your schools. CDF is access in short, Mr. Speaker, that's what I'm saying. Therefore, I support the idea that it should be entrenched in the Constitution. And I want to thank the President for joining us, that we're already working on it as members of Parliament to make sure that it's properly protected so that it's not attacked by anybody who wakes up and they think they want to attack something, they go for the CDF. As regards the leader for the opposition, I have listened, I also read the letter or the memorandum from the President. I listened to members contributing to it, but I'm not convinced. I haven't had the reason why we should have the leader of the opposition that is going to be protecting the opposition. I don't know whether we have opposition in this House. And we need to make up our mind whether we want the presidential or the parliamentary system. But even as we discuss these constitutional amendments, I think we need to have a general framework. What do we want? What's the direction we want to move, so that as we're making the amendments or we're discussing the amendments, they are guided by proper theories, by proper framework that is going to give us a good constitution. I'm not convinced why, Mr. Speaker, we should be talking about a direction which we want to move so that we have a CDF protected, we have NGAF also protected, and the oversight fund. We ought to be careful so that we are not caught up with a lot of issues put together through the omnibus and get convoluted and therefore lose what we want to achieve. We want CDF protected, we want NGAF protected, we want the oversight fund also introduced and support the members of Parliament to perform their oversight role, so that we don't have something that is not popular that is going to kill the good ideas that are going to help this country to be able to achieve the objectives and the ideals that it stands for. The explanation I hear for bringing the CSs to the houses for expedience, is for convenience, for efficiency, But again, we need to be guided by the Constitution. How does it sit with the Constitution? Is that what we intended? Is that what we want? And how does it sit with the committee system that we are currently using in getting the answers, the responses in the work that the government is doing? The two-third agenda rule has been articulated more than I would want to add to my senior TJ, Honorable TJ, the Honorable Member for Kasarani, so that if people want to vote whoever they want to vote, they do so. We have many members who have been elected, but let's not try to legislate what people want to do. That's the surest way of failing. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Charles Onchoke. The gentle lady representing the great people of Narok North, Honorable Agnes Reio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to the ongoing debate on the memorandum from the President. And in that memorandum, there were about 4 issues. And one of them is the NGCDF and GAF. And I think this issue has been here for a long time. We have debated a lot, and we even have a caucus that was dealing with it. And I remember when we went to Mombasa, 2 days, we didn't do anything because we were trying to force the Treasury to put money in our accounts. And for that habit to end, I think putting it in the Constitution or anchoring it in the Constitution will solve the problem, and nobody else will ever interfere with the NGCDF and affirmative action funds. Because this is money that is known to everybody. And this is not money that is meant for the members of parliament. This is money that you can see when you go to the ground. This is money that can be left even when a member of parliament has gone home. The classrooms and the students that are paid school fees for will always appreciate CDF. Everybody knows about CDF, and I support CDF, and I support CDF to be anchored into the Constitution. And then the other issue is the two-third gender. And the member of parliament from Ruaraka contributed, and I think he has not given us a solution. Because if he says then there is no way we can force women to be elected, and then he's not giving a solution, yet the two-third gender is reflected in the Constitution. How else then can we run away from it? It is there, and that's why the 12th Parliament was pronounced by Maraga as unconstitutional. So to avoid that, we have to deal with the issue. Because yes, I agree with a member that you cannot force electorates to elect a woman. But me being a woman, I know what we go through to get into these positions. Because one, a woman has to have her own money, has to have property, so that she can achieve an elected position in Kenya. So if the members are serious, then let us get a way of putting an affirmative action to facilitate these women so that they can also vie for these positions. And I also want to urge male members not to look at a gender issue like a women issue. Tomorrow it will be you crying. Because we will have to fight it, other women will try hard, and there is a day that will come when you men will be crying. So let us face this issue to avoid this House being pronounced that it is unconstitutional again, because the ruling is still there. It is on the desk of the President, and I think that's why he had to bring it in the memorandum. On bringing the ministers in this House, yesterday I watched TV, and I saw that there is a problem in the education. The junior secondary schools have not reported to school. And if we had a minister among us, he would be here to answer questions as to why these students have not reported to school. Because I know that there is a problem there. Because some schools are charging a lot of money for these students, that is the junior secondary schools, to go to school. They are forcing them to change their uniform, and some of these schools are selling uniforms in their schools. And I don't know whether the government is aware that that is what is going on in our constituencies. And if we had somebody to answer those questions here, I know we have the committee, and I don't think we are saying that all ministers must be here. But I think when there is an issue that we need to get answers is when we call a specific minister to come and answer a question or address an issue of interest, like the education. The other issue was forgetting. So for me, I support that we members must address the two-third gender by getting a solution, not trying to run away from it, because it will always be there, it will keep haunting us, and until we address that issue, then we shall not have moved away from it. And I stand to support the memorandum.
Order, please. Who is, that's the Honorable Sonkuya. You're an old member, you know what you should do. I will not tell you, just do it, then proceed. Yeah, you may proceed.
So I end by saying I support, and I would like to urge the learned lawyers that we have to have experts who can sit and give us a solution on the two-third gender, because we cannot run away from it. It is there, and we as women will always keep, when you talk about it, will all of us be here, and we'll all want to contribute, because we want to make sure that there is an affirmative money that will be set aside to empower women so that they can also run. And on the facilitation of the Senate, so that they can play their oversight role, I support. Because there is no way we can think that there is an oversight that is happening while these people are not facilitated to go and make sure that the funds that go to the counties are used in the way they were budgeted for, and they were made use, and the communities are benefiting from the money that is sent to the counties. And for that reason, I support. Thank you.
Chair, Honorable Peter, not Peter, but George Sunkuya, the gentleman representing the great constituency of Kajiado West. You can contribute from there.
Thank you.
It's a presidential system. You can contribute from any side.
Agree, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to support the NGCDF to be anchored in their constitution. That this is long overdue, that the people of Kenya, the children, the vulnerable, have been waiting for this to happen. Honorable Speaker, this NGCDF is very, very important to the students who are waiting to benefit in many things, to benefit in giving bursaries, in benefit in terms of building classroom, to benefit in building DCC offices, ACC's offices, the chief's offices, in many other infrastructure for the security. It is prudent for the children in Kajiado, in Nairobi, in Lokchogio, in every part of the country to benefit in this. It is quite wrong to say or to deny the honorable members NGCDF, because if you go to the ground and try to look to find out the differences between what is happening on the ground, to see the difference of NGCDF and the money, the funds that are being given to the counties. Billions of money are being given to the counties, and you can see very little infrastructure that are seen compared to the CDF. CDF and CDF can be seen in every corner if you go to the respective constituencies. So I stand to support that this amendment, which is before this Honorable House, to be anchored in the Constitution, so that what I'll be doing today and in the years to come and after, others who will be there, some a record and marks can be seen in these respective areas. In my constituency, where I have over almost 140 public primary school, in 45 are public secondary school. And we are being given allocation of money with the people of Sarehe in a constituency of 7,910 kilometers square, Honorable Speaker. It is also important for us that later all this allocation should not be equal by disbursing.
Honorable Sunkuya, sorry to interrupt you. You will continue after this communication. Sit down for a minute. This is recognition of a delegation from the Parliament of the Federal Republic of Germany. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the Committee on Economic Cooperation and Development of the Parliament of the Federal Republic of Germany. The delegation comprises the following: the Honorable Kurt Gaschow, FDP, leader of the delegation. You're welcome to the National Assembly of Kenya. Number two, the Honorable Dietmar Fredwood, AFD. Welcome to the National Assembly of Kenya. The Honorable Cornelia Moring, Die Linke. Welcome, gentle lady, to the Parliament of Kenya. The Honorable Thomas Rachel, CDU/CSU. Welcome, gentlemen, to the National Assembly of Kenya. The Honorable Rebecca Shamba, SPD. Welcome, gentle lady, to the Parliament of Kenya. The Honorable Tuk Najbao Deria, SPD. Welcome to the Parliament of Kenya. The Honorable Ule Shaus of the Green. Welcome to the Parliament of Kenya. And the Honorable Mr. Thomas Wimmer, Acting German Ambassador to Kenya. Honorable members, the delegation is in the country on a visit to undertake a peer exchange of views and engage in discussions with the organs of government on various Economic Affairs. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly of Kenya, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during the course of their stay in the country. I thank you. This is under the hand of the Right Honorable Moses Wetangula, AGH MP, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Kenya. Thank you very much. Welcome to Kenya. Enjoy your stay. You may continue, Honorable Sunkuya.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Speaker. So it is not fair for this allocation, the distribution also of the CDF, of GCDF, that in my constituency, that I say that I have said that it is 7,910 kilometers square. To be given an allocation with the people of Starehe, the people of my landed friend Ruai Sambu, or all other these constituencies, where their public schools are 7 public schools. All roads are tarmac. Maybe they had 1 secondary school. And a number of schools are being continued, being registered for more even schools. That even some of the students, people cannot even access to school due to a lack of access and road networking. Honorable Speaker, so I stand to support that this NGCDF to be anchored in the Constitution. We all are supporters, members of the Parliament. I also support the issue of CSS to be here before this honorable House. Some of these CSS cannot be even traced for a number of questions, to answer questions, to sort out some of the things that are needed in our respective constituencies. It will be prudent for them to be here before us, before this honorable House. It is an issue for this honorable House to make some amendment in the Constitution so that things will be easy to be sorted in this republic. I stand to support. Thank you.
Honorable Titus Lote, the gentleman representing the people of Kacheliba constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to contribute into this. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that when the Constitution was promulgated some times back, there are things that we could have missed. One of them is we actually moved from a parliamentary system to a presidential system. And the reason why we actually see a memorandum from the president now trying to introduce back the ministers to sit into this house to answer questions. I think it is not wrong for us to review our constitution, and when we see that there are flaws such as this, to be allowed to debate and also be able to change it. So, Mr. Speaker, I actually support that the cabinet secretaries can be asked to come into Parliament to answer into some of the concerns that the members of Parliament could be having. I know, Mr. Speaker, that we've got the leader of the majority, and also we've got chairman of various committees that could represent the CSS. But it has been found to be ineffective, and the reason why we want to actually call the members of the cabinet secretaries to come personally to respond. So I support. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is on the NGCDF and GAF. I support that we anchor the NGCDF and GAF into the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt across everybody that has spoken, there is no doubt across everybody in this country that these two funds have actually done some marvelous jobs. Where I come from, the Kachaliba constituency, we've actually been able to have a lot of our children going to school. Last evening, Mr. Speaker, I was actually launching a bursary that will support the pastoralist children of Kachaliba to a tune of over 30 million. If this CDF was not available in our constituencies, many of the children, many of the schools will not be able to perform, and so our country will actually not be able to meet its millennium goals of even ensuring that people are actually educated. And so, Mr. Speaker, I actually want to say we've got an opportunity as members of parliament to actually save the CDF, because as I will speak, the reason why there are others who are saying let's do away with the CDF is because there are people in this country that hate the CDF, and they'll want to ensure that the CDF is dead. And if we do not anchor it in the Constitution, we might play with it today, we might play with it next year, but we might not play with it all the time because CDF will surely die. For us to be able to ensure that this fund is secured, we need to put these funds squarely into the Constitution. And I don't think this requires a referendum. This is something that the referendum is already been on the people's hearts. People already require that the CDF need to be secured and that the percentages that goes into CDF needs to be known from the word go. This also goes along with the NGAF fund. Having been the CEO of NGAF, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, this fund has been treated as a gift from the president. And having sat there as a CEO, you will realize that you need to sweet talk the minister in charge of the National Treasury. You need to sweet talk the president for you to get this funding. It is not secured at all. It is at the behest of the leaders that sits at the National Treasury. And yet, this funding has actually been able to transform, totally transform some of the affirmative action groups, the women groups that we see, the markets that we see, the border riders, the sheds that we see. If we cannot secure this funding in terms of putting it into the Constitution, so, Mr. Speaker, I support that both NGAF and the NGCDF be anchored in our Constitution. We do not have an option about it. If we do not do it now, then we will be the people that will go into records who have actually allowed CDF to go down the drain. Mr. Speaker, the last one that I also want to support, I want to support the issue of the 2/3 gender rule. I think the best way for us to have the 2/3 gender rule effectively done is through a party system, so that the parties will actually come with their list of members that will have actually met the 2/3 gender rule. But as it is in our Constitution now, Mr. Speaker, it is not possible to force the Raia, the electorates, to elect women or to elect men to meet the 2/3 gender rule. And so we need an hybrid system here. And I know what we can do now as Parliament is to allow for more nominations. I think 30-something women into this House. Mr. Speaker, if we do that, we will actually be saying that we are dealing with a constitution that was never thought properly. And so I support that we go the hybrid, but at the same time support that we look into better ways of actually ensuring that the 2/3 gender rule is achieved. Otherwise, we will always be the House that is not constitutionally constituted. Because in the 12th Parliament, we know the Chief Justice said that we were unconstitutional as a House, and we remain to be unconstitutional, not because we wanted it like that, but because the Raia elected men and not women, and there is no way in which we can force them to elect women. And yet the Constitution says that we need the 2/3 gender rule. So I think the lawyers in the House need to actually come out properly, and that as we do more nominations, we are going to have more budgets into the peoples of Kenya. But at the end of it all, Mr. Speaker, we need to become a parliament that follows the Constitution and not breaking the same Constitution that we actually swore to abide. Lastly, there is this what we call the Senate Oversight Fund.
I think we need to call it a parliamentary oversight fund. It is not the Senate oversight fund. Because even as the members of parliament, we are supposed to oversight the national government function within our constituencies. How do we do that? CDF is not an oversight fund. CDF is a development fund that is not a members of parliament fund. And so, as we support that we actually gave the senators an oversight fund to oversight counties, the members of the National Assembly are also supposed to be given an oversight fund to be able to oversight the national government fund functions within the constituencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support.
The Member of Parliament for Isiolo South. As the member directly opposite Honorable Lote, you want to contribute? You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing, I lost my card, so it was stolen somewhere in town. So I could not be able to get it up. And I thank my fellow lady here, who must have gone there and given up my name. So mine is just to say very few on some of the issues, proposals by the President. On the issue, we have been, when the Constitution was promulgated in 2010, there has been a lot of lobbying, a lot of talks, a lot of everything for several years, where people have been fighting so that we change the Constitution. And the Constitution was changed, and what we are having today is what was changed and agreed upon. But at a certain stage, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be some selfish things which came in. You know, there is, from the lawyers, from those people who have the expertise, it's the issue about the system of government. The system of governance is either presidential or parliamentary. Along the way, we didn't go for any of them. Along the way, we are told we are going for a hybrid. If we go for parliamentary, everything would have been parliamentary and we don't have any other issues. If we would have gone the presidential way, we would have done with presidential and there's no shortcut in between. Now we're getting all these confusions simply because probably the people in power did not like some of these things to happen. And that is selfishness. In Kenya, what we are suffering from is selfishness by individuals who have given power by the people. Mr. Speaker, if we talk about, if we say today we want to have ministers in this house, then, and it's supposed to be parliamentary system, that is where we can have the ministers, then why don't the president would have just simply said, let's turn the whole thing, change the constitution, let's go fully parliamentary. It would have made a lot of sense. Or we stick to what we said to be presidential. And we are getting a lot of hiccups here and there because of this system of governance where executive, the experts and those people who are far much yearning for the powers in Kenya seems to be fighting, were not coming out very clear. To be honest to the people of the country, to come up with a system which will be like where we have been copying from. If it is UK, if it is America, we are not going for that way. What we are doing is we are trying to be in between, and that is because of these problems. And these problems can only be done by the people of Kenya. And the people of Kenya should do it through referendum. And to bring it here now is, I think, to me, it's not adding any value to us, because it has to go to the referendum to change the system of the government. But then in between here, there are some other issues, proposals which have come up. Issues like NGF, the CDF thing, and the oversight fund. These are critical issues which are supposed to be brought on its own to this house so that we can be able to pass it. I don't think it would have taken us all these years. Now we are only trying to lock the whole thing by using other things which are very far. I mean, it changes the context of the Constitution. When in the real sense, we would have just finished up the issue of GAF, CDF, and that oversight by the Senate. I agree with my friend here who said that CDF is supposed to be an oversight. We do oversight according to the Constitution, that we are supposed to be oversighting the budgetary allocations of the national government. And then we are supposed to be given that fund to facilitate us to do that. That is not given. CDF, the so-called CDF, which has been dramatized, that is used by the members of parliament, or misused by members of parliament, has never been so. It has shown on the ground that CDF is doing more than what has been given to the county governments. At the county governments, you are seeing, we are talking about the gap and devolved function. But in the real sense, what is seen on the ground when it comes to CDF and what is seen when the county government expenditures, you will not compare those things. Mr. Speaker, right now, from my constituency, there was a drought, all the livestock are almost perished. So what did I do? We have to pay everybody, every secondary school going kid in my constituency from CDF fund. And we have relieved them, and the people are very happy. And this is what exactly I'm expecting the county government equally to pay their part of educating the people of Isiolo. So what we are saying is, CDF is very important. Oversight one, the oversight by Senate and even ours to be mentioned, than calling it CDF, GAF, CDF, national government, call it an oversight fund, increase even that amount. Mr. Speaker, if you see the money for devolution, revenue sharing, the amount of money which goes to the counties are just too small compared to what is collected nationally. So if a chunk of it is supposed to be given for oversight and for the members of parliament, at least to be able to help. Because what we are seeing on the ground now bears as a witness that it can be more used by the members' supervision than what is given, that big chunk of money which is given to the county governments. County governments are leakages are there. We've heard about pending bills generated every other day, but these small monies which we are getting from CDF seems to be going to the right places, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, some of us come from marginalized counties, marginalized for quite several years. And this is the only time when we are getting money which is being sent at a par with everybody else. We were threatened in the last parliament about being paid monies, even revenue sharing, to go population, I don't know what, 1 man, 1 shilling, what, and all these things. Then those of us who have been marginalized will not have got it. Right now we are almost getting, everybody is getting the same amount of money. And we will look, that is what the Kenya we will want. Because we are supposed to share everything, help those of us who are down to be brought up. Not suppressing those ones who have already been down. So the CDF, we are supposed to have brought, and I would have requested the president to have brought this one because it touches right to the people on the ground. And it would have helped him even from the people on the ground. Those people called the hustlers. If we give more money to the CDF thing, then we will be able to at least help the people on the ground rightfully in collaboration with elected leadership. Elected leadership are the members of parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, I support these other things about opposition, about executive and all these things, about women, total gender. Women, men and women are equal. That is what everybody is singing these days. Everybody should fight for their space. Come up. We have a lot of women here without anybody forcing them in people. They did campaigns and they got their seats. So we don't need to waste a lot of time on some of these things, on these matters. Let us get the NGF fund and that oversight one to be done with it, and then the rest to give a badai. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mohammed, you decided to speak in tongues. The Honorable Andrew Okwome Adepo, the Member of Parliament for the great people of Karachuonyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you recognize Karachuonyo as a great constituency of great people. Now, the President wanted our views. And in fact, it is important we give him our views on what he sent to our Speaker. Let me start with NGCDF. Now, NGCDF has done wonders in this country. People see the product of NGCDF. Honestly, if you look around, if you visit this country, you will see various projects, and in all corners of this nation, completely conspicuous, spelling out why CDF must continue and must be anchored in the Constitution. I support anchoring CDF in the Constitution to make sure that it serves today and serves the posterity. That's a great fund. Indeed, I support all the three funds suggested for anchoring in the Constitution. GAF, yes, it is minimal, it is small in amount, but it has shown that it is a good way of creating productivity in this nation. You talk of what was called Senate Oversight Fund. I heard what my colleagues are saying, and I support that this should not be a Senate issue alone, because oversight is a cardinal mandate in the two houses in Parliament. So what I say is that we must anchor the oversight fund in the Constitution, but it should cover all those who do oversight job. Now, it means I'm passing my confidence and my total support for the three funds. But one thing which I want to emphasize is that let it not be confused with these other things coming, the remaining others. Like my colleague said, the debate on NGCDF had started for the Constitution anchoring. That should be treated as a completely separate thing. And it should not be part of a global amendment to the Constitution to include other issues, because that will delay what we wanted to do. And we wanted to do it as soon as possible so that the development being covered by NGCDF can be given enough time within 13th Parliament to be more productive. Now, leader of opposition to be recognized in the Constitution. I think there are a lot of questions arising out of this. We need to know it. We need to consider it very carefully, because when we talk of presidential or parliamentary system in governance, we are talking a big thing, a very important thing that this country must be given real time to consider it. This is not an issue to be included just with a very urgent thing like NGCDF. So I'm saying, as of now, I can't give it support or no support, because there are many issues still arising out of it. The gender two-thirds rule. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a lawyer, but I declare it unconstitutional in itself because it's totally unimplementable. Somebody tells you that of these 20 people, give me 5. The choice is yours, but the result is ours. I want to see the result reflecting two-thirds rule. Is it a possibility in human life? I say it is not. You can't give me freedom to choose and judge me by the result which does not contain my freedom of choice. I therefore feel that the suggestion that nomination can be done and whatnot, yes, that can be done. But let us remember that the maximum number of elected MPs today is 290, with women 47, with nomination 12, giving 349. If you were to add women to arrive at a third at least, you will be breaking the constitution because you will be exceeding the maximum number of members allowed to be in this house. So the only way to do it, or whichever way one may think, will involve amendment of the Constitution. So some of these things we need to hold on a bit so that the Constitution is amended to cover them together with any other issues the people feel need to be changed. Now, the CSS to come to the house. It sounds good, but it looks to me that there are other issues it is raising. Currently, we are working with in a committee system where we have chairman of the committee and whatnot. Like my friend, I see coming to you, they also wield their own power by the right of being chairman of the committees. My question, if CSS are going to do part of what they do, to what extent will this new arrangement of CSS coming here, what effect will that have on the current system of committees and those who form those committees, especially the chairman? Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, let me say that I love the amendment, especially where it touches on the funds. The Constitution must be amended to anchor these 3 funds in that Constitution. With what I may think are few remarks, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Mark Mwenje, Embakasi West Constituency, MP.
Thank you for that introduction, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think having listened to my colleagues, the question is presidential versus parliamentary. I think that is the debate that we are having with this memorandum that has been brought from the presidency. Now, 10 years, Honorable Speaker, of this system, this presidential system, I believe we do have some issues. It hasn't achieved what we set out to do. There are some positives, but there are a few issues that remain unresolved, Honorable Speaker. And especially this issue of bringing cabinet secretaries to the floor. Some of us growing up had the privilege of watching how Parliament operated. So when cabinet secretaries were in the House, how they responded to questions. And that system that we borrowed from the British appears to be a favored system that is more at home with the people of Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, since I joined the House, I've actually done a bit of research and seen that a question can take even up to 6 months. By the time it goes to committee, and you get a response back. Now we are here for 5 years. So if you break that down, it means if you were to follow up on the same question, it will take you a year, and we're here for 5 years. So that does mean you should limit the number of questions that you even ask. Because if it will take you 6 months to get a response, and we've only got 5 years here, then there's something wrong with the system that we've had. Because I don't believe these challenges existed with the previous system. But here we are. We find ourselves with a system, and we must find a way to improve on it. Because I believe deciding to throw it all away is a much more difficult and longer process. So, Honorable Speaker, as someone who was elected under the Azimio coalition, and some of us contributed to BBI and did quite a lot. I find it strange, Honorable Speaker, because under BBI, some of us were supporting this idea. We had a presidential candidate, Raila Amolo Odinga, who I had the privilege of discussing this very same issue at a certain point. And he has gone on record, actually, and said the way he enjoyed at the time of being Prime Minister and PM questioned. So we don't want to water down the integrity of the committees. But clearly, it cannot be business as usual the way it's happened for the last 10 years. So, and as I listened to my senior TJ Kajwang talking about the privilege of this carpet, which I agree with him 100%. If that means locking them in a corner over there to answer our question, if that's what it takes, we find a hybrid system. But I feel we're not losing much if we can get the CSs here to directly respond to the issues that affect our constituents. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this is something that the 12th Parliament was trying to bring back. It has been brought back, and I really think we need to look at, it doesn't matter who brings it. Is it a good proposal? That's, I think, the question before us. And I also move on to the Office of the Leader of Opposition. We really fought for this thing under BBI, and some of us really hoped that it would come back. Let's be honest and call a spade a spade. Those who opposed BBI have now brought it back. They've brought this thing back that we supported it. And those of us who supported BBI now want to oppose it because it's been brought by those who opposed it. I mean, at what point does this circle come to an end? Should we just look at, we wanted this proposal. And I remember the president himself at Bomas asking us, now you've created the position of leader of opposition. What about these others who are here? He referred to Kalonzo at the time. He referred to Wetangula at the time and Mudavadi. He asked us that question. And we were a bit quiet because we figured that it's actually true. We've not considered. And probably we've done the same thing. We've just looked at one position. And we need to look at this position beyond the individual, who right now, maybe the perfect person to take the position would be Raila Amolo Odinga. But we're not creating the position for him. In fact, at that point, we thought the position would go to the current president. We were there shouting, he's the one who's going to take that position. We were there, I'll admit, we were there. So I think it's important that we don't beat this thing down. And we've seen the opposition, we've talked about it and said, as long as it's brought in good faith and it's not a way of gagging the opposition, I think it's a good proposal that we need to debate a bit more about it. Honorable Speaker, on the other points that we've got parliamentary oversight, I'm glad we've moved from Senate oversight. It's necessary for the Senate. It is necessary for the National Assembly. It ought to be put in this financial year, this coming budget. We need the budget committee to put this fund, to appropriate some funds to go towards this year. That's how we'll know this government is serious about supporting this proposal. So I know the budget chairman is not here, but I hope that message gets to him and the committee members. Let them appropriate these funds as we are working on amending the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of NGCDF, I wish to adopt my comments. I think we had this debate in the first session of this term. The only thing, Honorable Speaker, that I think we need to talk about, not just anchoring. I don't want to repeat the points that were made by my colleagues. But how we distribute NGCDF to constituencies, especially on matters of education, is a very unfair system. How do you explain to me that a child in Garissa gets 50,000 worth of bursary, but a child in Nairobi gets 5,000? In North Rift, another one gets 15, here in Nairobi, 5,000. Wajir and Mandera, university students get paid for an entire year. Here, it's chaos in Nairobi, trying to distribute these bursaries. This is something that we should not just anchor this thing in the Constitution, but there should be some form of equity on how CDF is distributed. Because the quality of education, Honorable Speaker, here in Nairobi, how do you explain when you've got 80 to 150 students in one classroom, one, and yet somewhere else you find 20, 30 students? This is something we really need to talk about. So as much as we're talking about amending the Constitution, the quality of education here in the capital, and is where the majority of Kenyans live, where we have the young population, it must be considered, Honorable Speaker. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the 2/3 gender rule, whichever way we argue it, can we find a formula that is democratic? Let's not start assigning constituencies that only certain genders should vie in those seats, because I feel the formula that we've been given is not very clear. Does it restrict? Does it mean the constituencies that have female members, does it mean that no man should ever vie there ever again? I think we really haven't thought this thing through. And the issue of even how we nominate members. Let's not kid ourselves. Honorable Speaker, we've seen nominations going to girlfriends. We've seen them not going to the deserving women. And for those women who are deserving in politics, Honorable Speaker, have gone back to the constituency, vied, and have been elected. We need a system, a formula that gets the right women here on merit and is not based on who you know and how much money, but a system that gets us the right numbers and the right people in this house. Let us not make the mistake that we've seen in the county assemblies and transfer that problem here to the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker. So with that, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. I think there's some good proposals here, whichever side of the house you come from, because I think it's quite bipartisan. We need to just find the right formula on some of these issues so that we can address them, especially the issue of bringing the CSS to the floor, because we do not want to kill the committees. And I think all chairmen of committees are concerned about that. I think it's time even the liaison committee sits down and addresses this issue. And they've got the privilege of discussing these issues so that we ensure we do not demean our committees, but we're able to make this parliament much better than the previous two. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Joyce Kamene, the Member of Parliament for Machakos County.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to voice out on the issues that are in front of the floor. I would want to begin with the issue of all the three funds. That is the NGCDF, the GAF Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund. I'll start with the GAF Fund, because that is the fund that is patronized by the women reps. And how important, because I've traversed the entire county, and women need a lot of empowerment. And not let alone the women, also the PWDs and the youth groups in the entire county. If we do not support the very vulnerable, those that cannot support themselves to put food on the table, we are just cheating ourselves. And that is why I think it is very crucial to have these funds anchored in our constitution. We have the NGCDF fund, which we know is about education and bursaries to our youth, our students, and the very vulnerable families. At a time like this, can celebrate because there's bursaries that were given to their children through the NGCDF. So I think this should not be something that we ought to be debating. And to avoid the busybodies that keep running to the courts to have stopped these funds, I think this is the best time we come together and make sure that these funds are anchored in the Constitution. The other issue that I would like to comment on is the 2/3 gender bill. We know this is a bill that has come a long way, and this is something that should have been passed as early as 11th Parliament. And this is something that has been dilly-dallied for long. Whatever the circumstances, let us first start actualizing it. And if there are any regulations or anything to be sorted, we can sort it out once we start seeing the women. And I'll not only say the women, because gender is both male and female. Today we lack enough women in positions. So let us balance first. There's the dear honorable member who has just insisted that women, this might not be practical. But I ask myself, even the other African countries, even the other parliaments, it has been possible. Why not in Kenya? I think this is high time we stopped dilly-dallying and made this 2/3 gender bill rest its case by actualizing it in practice. Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, I want to thank you so much. And also let me comment on the ministers coming before the floor of the House. There are so many questions.
Honorable Kamene, just before you comment on that, because the proposal is by the President so that we can enrich those thoughts and possibly come up with a bill. How would you propose we realize the 2/3 gender rule? Do we go by what the President is proposing, in which case you support it, or you have a different proposal? Because ultimately, we want to go through it as you say.
I don't mind what the President has suggested, because if that is the quickest way to get to this solution, so be it. I've heard you and the rest. There are a couple of honorable members that are disputing on this method. But I want to say this. Because the President has supported this motion, and at a time like this, where we know that our honorable female members of Parliament are very tricky when it comes to solving this problem. May we just follow the President's point of looking at this issue so that we may get a solution. And I beg and I request all the male members of Parliament, which honestly excites me this time because I can see all of you coming together and believing that, yes, there is no difference between male and female. We all get the same education. We all have the same ability to be leaders. As I wind up about the ministers coming in before the floor of the House, yes, this is a good idea because apart from the committees, most of the time during the committees, they like evading the committee sittings. But I'm sure, called before the floor of the House, they'll be more prepared. And from every county or from every constituency, people will be, honorable members will be asking questions and will be able to face these ministers one-on-one. Because if I'm in just one committee, that means there is only one minister that will be coming and I'm asking them questions. This time round, let it be all of them come here before us. Let us put them to task so that they can deliver in their services. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time. And I do support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Kamene. The Honorable Omboko Milemba, Assistant Speaker and Member of Parliament representing the great people of Emuhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to speak on these proposals that were sent to this House by His Excellency the President on both constitutional amendments and also amendments on the standing orders. The proposals are quite a number, but I think the most sensitive ones are 2 or 3. Because when it comes to the issue of the proposal to make sure that NGCDF is put into the Constitution, GAF is put into the Constitution, and even the Senate gets the Senate Oversight Committee with the many amendments and views that have been given so that we don't separate the Senate from the National Assembly and we call it possibly a name like parliamentary oversight. That will be very, very good. And many speakers seem to agree on this. But a number of us seem to differ on the issue of, number one, the number of making sure that the 2/3 gender rule is achieved. Honorable Speaker, in the previous parliament, the attempt to make sure that this parliament obtains a 2/3 gender rule was tried many, many times. And I remember the many kamkunjis that were organized by the then leader of majority, who is now the Minister of Defense, Honorable Ndwale. But on each occasion, we were unable to achieve that threshold. I also vividly remember the attempts by the women parliamentarians in this assembly to try and push it, including one time even wearing ribbons, to rise against the men who are in this house over this particular matter. So this has been a continuous fight for the women of Kenya to attain the 2/3 gender rule in parliament. But then, Honorable Speaker, this also encompassed by the fact that the Constitution itself on the composition of the House it pronounces itself on the on how the women should be within the House. And therefore, we have been operating a parliament which we have been worried at one time that is not constitutional. We vividly remember, Honorable Speaker, when the Supreme Court, if I'm not wrong, or was it the Court of Appeal, but I want to think it was the Supreme Court, pronounced itself on this matter, and the country was expectant. And people made statements, including the religious leaders and other players, asking the president not to dissolve this house. And it looked a very gloomy day, and anxiety was all over the country that if the president was to act on the advisory given by the then Chief Justice, Honorable Maraga, then the parliament would have closed. I think that advisory is still before presidency, other matters notwithstanding, which we can be advised as a house. So it's an issue that we must confront finally at one time or another. And the faster we confront it, the better. So for me, I want to be one of those early legislators to brave and confront this issue. That if the participants who are speaking on this motion can bring a better way other than the one raised by the president, then we should just adopt the president's methodology and actually have enough women in the House. I know by bringing more women in the House, it will actually exacerbate, encourage, motivate those who will be in the House, and also empower them to go and now seek for elections in the various seats that they need to have. We can also give this proposal a timeline so that it will not be forever the way it's being proposed, but that after a certain period of time, just the same way we did with the position of women representatives, I think there was a timeline given to it, and I suspect it's 2017, 2027, if I'm not very, very sure, but I stand corrected, so that we can then evaluate ourselves and say that have we achieved thus or we have not achieved. I know there are fears about how the nominations will be done, and people have talked about how girlfriends and other relatives will be nominated. But this we can handle. Let's brave this and bring the women here so that when we operate as parliament, at one time we shall not be operating under the whims of fear that the president can dissolve this parliament any time, or if another petitioner went to court and sought why the matter that was before Maraga has not been acted on, then we don't live in fear. Because once we live in fear, then we shall not be an independent institution. That is my take, Honorable Speaker, on this particular one. And I'm being very brave now because I know I qualify in the next few years to become the president of this country also. And we must make decisions that will move us forward. So we need to bite the bullet, Honorable Speaker, and actually make sure that the parliament will operate with the required numbers and proportions of 2/3 gender role. Honorable Speaker, I want to speak on the next one. The next one that seems again to differ is the issue of the CSS coming to the House. We cannot at one time be crying babies, and then another time we are just fearing to confront issues. Honorable Speaker, I wish I'd come much earlier, but I am here to speak. In the whole of 12th Parliament, every speaker would petition every member of Parliament would petition the then Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable J.B. Muturi, that, look, the chair of the committee is not in the House. Look, the chair of the committee cannot answer this question properly. Look, the statement, you cannot ask this chair to even expound on it because he read as it was written. And then this assertion that this is a person who was sent and you cannot hit him with a stone. Hey, you parliamentarians. What is this that we are fearing to execute? And everybody wanted that these ministers could come to this house so that they are grilled and answer questions. Leave alone the desperate situations where we have had with the CSS like the one of Treasury, who just refuses to send CDF money into the constituencies and would wish to summon him here. And we don't get even a time to summon him. Desperately, Honorable Speaker, we even now wanted to summon them in what was called Kamkunjis. I am just taking you back into the memory line. We are now being given an opportunity to summon these people in a formal sitting, not Kamkunji, hey. And now again we are fearing to bring them in the house and grill them. We are now wondering where will they sit? Will they take the powers of the chairs of committee? Will nothing. I think this is a matter we must also confront, Honorable Speaker, and just locate the place where these people can sit so that they don't interfere. Their presence does not interfere with the general operation of the House, and they don't take over the powers of the House. Even if they can appear somewhere in the lobby there, so be it. Microphones are here, and they answer these questions. I want to propose that just bring these people, starting with the CS Treasury, to actually give the members how he failed to completely now even give what had been promised for the following week to go to the constituencies. So that bullet, for me, we need to bite it, and we bring these people, we locate where they should be, and they are actually put to task to answer questions. And again, it does not mean they will come always. Parliament still enjoys its own independence and timetable of knowing when to call them, when not to call them, and so on and so forth. In some cases where it's obvious, the chairs of committees will still possibly bring that written statement or answer the way it has always been. Finally,
the issue of leader of opposition. This one, like one speaker did speak on it, is a ping pong. Honorable Speaker, 1 month ago, I had an opportunity of visiting the United States, and we were taught very passionately how the Congress operates together with the Senate. And we were given a case study whereby each time a government is formed, whether it is by the party in power, the Democrats, or by the party that's not in power, the Republicans, people will tend to change laws depending on where they are. At one time, the Senate, and I think I was there with you, the senator, the party in power would want to reduce the threshold of 60 in the Senate so that they pass more laws. When they lose power, they also change their position and now pretend that that's not affecting them. I think...
Add Honorable Omboko Milemba 3 minutes because he's making a very important point.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think this is what we are getting into. That when you are in power, you look at things differently. When you are not in power, you look at the same things differently. But most likely the things that have been mentioned by those who are in power or not, those who are not in power are just good things. The competition may occur simply because who really proposed and it happened. So who really takes the credit, Honorable Speaker, of a good thing? That's what we are actually facing. So the office of opposition here in Parliament is a good thing. So let's not belabor, because I know we could just be competing on who has proposed this new idea. If the idea is good, let's just accept it and move forward, and Parliament will be more active. Thank you for adding me 1 minute, and thank you for giving me a chance to speak on this matter.
We thank you for your wisdom, Assistant Speaker Mboko Milemba. I've seen or recognized Honorable Paul Biego, the MP for Chesumei, going to consult with the Speaker. Could we have Honorable Paul Mwirigi, the MP for Igembe South?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
And no doubt I've noted the presence in the House this late of the Chair of the Finance Committee. He's recognized and he'll be speaking.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for me to get this second term, it took the hand of NGCDF, Mr. Speaker. The utilization, the funds which, Mr. Speaker, contributed a lot in my constituency in development. So, Mr. Speaker, the President Memorandum, Mr. Speaker, is speaking to our heart, Mr. Speaker. So it is very important to do what it takes to ensure that NGCDF is anchored in Constitution, and even the allocation is increased to 5%, so that what we are receiving from national government, Mr. Speaker, can help us, Mr. Speaker, to do even more development in our constituencies. Because, Mr. Speaker, most of the students whom we normally pay fees for, they are from those poor families, Mr. Speaker. The orphan students, Mr. Speaker, they are the ones whom we take to school or we educate with these funds, Mr. Speaker. Meaning that there is no wastage of the pupil, Mr. Speaker, after primary school level, Mr. Speaker. The students here, they are able to better their lives and to become good people in this country, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I support the Women Enterprise Fund, Mr. Speaker, so that at least our honorable members from the county who represent us in our counties, Mr. Speaker, can have something, Mr. Speaker, so that the manifestos, whatever they promise their people, Mr. Speaker, they will do for them. At least they have something which they can do or which they can use to do the implementation of their promises which they give to the people, Mr. Speaker. Then, Mr. Speaker, also I support the Senate Oversight Fund, Mr. Speaker, And this fund, Mr. Speaker, should not be a Senate issue, Mr. Speaker, but it should be a parliamentary fund, Mr. Speaker, a parliamentary oversight fund, so that each and every member in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, can benefit with this fund, because all of us, we do the oversight, Mr. Speaker, job, and we are supposed to be facilitated, Mr. Speaker, to do this job of oversight, Mr. Speaker, when we are back in our constituencies, in our counties, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that whatever the project we are implementing there, then the Senate, whatever the project is being implemented by the counties, Mr. Speaker, they do that as check-up, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the funds which we allocate to them is fully utilized, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also I support this position of leader of opposition, Mr. Speaker, being anchored in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. We never know that, we never know who will be a leader of opposition maybe in the coming election, Mr. Speaker. But this leader of opposition, Mr. Speaker, is somebody who is voted by the people, who comes as a second run-up from the one who takes the presidential position, Mr. Speaker. And this position, Mr. Speaker, or this leader, Mr. Speaker, ought to have an office where this person can be operating from, Mr. Speaker, because we do not know the government or which government or the government which will come, Mr. Speaker, how it will behave with the opposition, Mr. Speaker, when maybe the government has misled the country, and the opposition, Mr. Speaker, do the oversight. Maybe they have even organized some demo. We don't know how that government will react against this leadership, Mr. Speaker. So it is good to have this position so that whenever the government goes wrong, we have somebody who can oversight the government, Mr. Speaker, and somebody who can point out what the government is doing, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Kenya Kwanza government, Mr. Speaker, because the president, Mr. Speaker, said that he is ready to be oversighted, Mr. Speaker. Because without oversight, Mr. Speaker, many things will go elsewhere without us realizing that the government is messing this country. But when the government realizes or allows its people to oversight it, Mr. Speaker, nothing or no fund which will be misappropriated, Mr. Speaker. And whenever the case of corruption, Mr. Speaker, arises, the opposition, Mr. Speaker, will take charge of checking the government or telling the government what you are doing, you are not doing the right way, or you are not doing justice to this nation, Mr. Speaker, and that will help our people, Mr. Speaker, to benefit fully from the government of the day. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge all members, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that this motion, Mr. Speaker, as proposed by the President, we support, and it is acted upon faster, Mr. Speaker, so that our people can benefit. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I remember we had a proposal here by Honorable Gishimo, which is on progress now, Mr. Speaker, one of which President has proposed here, Mr. Speaker, and it would be more, or it would be good if we can fast-track this one faster, so that by the next financial year, Mr. Speaker, our constituencies to benefit with that anchorage of that piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, and the increment of the funds, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Murigi. The Honorable Francis Kuria Kimani, the Chair of the House Departmental Committee on Finance, and the Member of Parliament for the people of Molo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kimani, let me thank you for being there this late. You know, when we first came to this house, this is the time the first timers, Honorable Mboko Milemba, would be in the house, honing their legislative skills, debating skills, enriching their thoughts. We now have a very good time for that, and the first members are barely present. And then they'll be waiting to compete for speaking time with Honorable Francis Kimani Kuria, the majority leader and the minority leader, at the start of the house on Tuesday or Thursday. I don't know how that will work, but let us encourage all members to be in the house, particularly when we are debating such an important thing as a memo coming from the seat of the President. I thank you. Proceed, and may the House benefit from your thoughts of this.
Again, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that very candid introduction. And yes, you rightly put, I would really implore on honorable members of Parliament, especially those of us that are young, to come during this time and participate. And they'll have the time to learn, to make mistakes. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we the young people are afraid to make mistakes. But during such a time, then you get to speak, you get to contribute, you get to correct yourself, and with the time you really perfect your debating skills. And Honorable Speaker, I note very keenly that you properly read that the memo is from His Excellency the President. So how I wish that over the weekend, when you're in your next ODM rally, you get to say the same. On a more serious note, Mr.
Don't worry, Mr. Kimani. My weekend is starting tomorrow in Kisii, and then we'll be proceeding to Kisumu on Saturday. Don't worry about, those other things we do outside the house. Let us do this business.
I love that candid admission, and I hope that Kenyans are listening and watching. Honorable Speaker, over the weekend, on Sunday, we had the National Prayer Day in Nakuru. And the sermon by one Apostle Kimani of Kingdom Seekers was about destiny. And he said that there is a destiny of this country, and there's where God wants to take this country. But he went and broke down that destiny and said, but for us to achieve this destiny of this country, we have to achieve the destinies of the respective arms of government. We need to achieve the destinies of the respective leaders that lead us in government. We have to achieve the respective destinies of Kenyans that contribute to, whether it is through taxes or who are benefit of all these programs that the country is trying to get at. And I was reflecting on what to say this, and I thought, how will these amendments that you're talking about help us as a country achieve our destiny? And I look at the issue of two-thirds gender rule, and this is a very thorny issue. And every time I put my thoughts around gender, I remember that I have a daughter called Scarlett. And I ask myself, would I want, who are the examples that she will see to encourage her to know that a lady can do it? And these are some of the leaders that have given the floor of this House as members of Parliament, as Senate, and His Excellency the President has appointed 50% of them in the cabinet. And so I'm sure that the table, the big table, is no longer a table of men. And if we have a way of making sure that everybody is bound to make sure that that table where decisions are made, there are as many women as possible. So that even the little one, as early as when they're suckling from their mother's breast, as early as they're going to play group, as early as they're in junior primary school, junior secondary school, they can see that they can become engineers, they can become members of Parliament, they can become senators, they can even become presidents. Then you have a people that collectively will achieve their destiny. In that way, we'll have a country that will achieve its destiny. But without going that way, then we're bound to fail. This debate of two-thirds have elicited a lot of emotions from male colleagues, and sometimes most of the women colleagues, if you talk to them one-on-one away from camera, they have a problem with it. Why are some of these people opposed to us enshrining the two-thirds in the Constitution and us passing legislation to make sure that we achieve this? It is because who are the beneficiaries of these laws? And I'll give you an example of what was said about nomination. When you have a chance to nominate people, when you have a chance to give employment to people, who are those people that get those positions? And as much as we enrich this in the Constitution, which I very much support, we must look at that. There's one author called Jaggi Vasuda, an Indian, who said, if you seek success, seek competence and empowerment and do nothing but the best. So even in as much as we're seeking to have women leadership, we must make sure that we seek competence in this women leadership. And once we solve out that issue of ensuring that the privileges we are extending to our great women of this country, that there is competence element, then we will be able to solve this. Everybody will support us, and every Kenyan will be happy to support this motion. Also in Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, we have 11 constituencies. And when it was a chance to go to elect people at the ballot, the 11 constituencies chose a very unique mix of leaders. If you go to Naivasha, they elected a lady, the Honorable Jane Kiara, for the third or fourth time. In fact, His Excellency the President was saying that Jane Kiara floors women every time, floors around 8 men every time. The neighboring constituency, called Gilgil, elected a woman, the Honorable Martha Wangari, who is the first chairperson at the Speaker's panel. Nakuru Town East and West elected Honorable Gikaria and Honorable Arama. Bahati constituency elected a woman against all odds under Jubilee Party, the Honorable Irene Joki. Subukia re-elected my good friend, Honorable Kashofi. Njoro, my neighboring constituency, re-elected a woman, the Honorable Charity Kathambi, for the second time. Ameru, in a Kikuyu constituency with a mix of Kalenjin brothers and sisters, re-elected for this, the Honorable Charity Kathambi. Of course, there's myself in Molo, the first time to be re-elected, the first time they ever elected anyone for the last 30 years. And then there is Kurisoi North and South by the Honorable Tanui and the Honorable Mutai, and Rongai now the Honorable Chabor. What am I saying? We have those constituencies elect women in an elective position that had very strong men. If you talk about even the age mix, our elder is the Honorable Jane Kihara. And then they elected the youngest. He was truly from Molo. What does that tell you about the electorate? That the electorate are looking for competence, mainly looking for competence. They are not even looking for age. Kenyans are not interested in youth, in people, in young leaders. They're not interested in women leaders. They are interested in competent leaders. And because it would be very nice that these competent leaders comprise of young people, comprise of older people, comprise of women, comprise of people with disabilities. I was surprised when I learned one of our members. He's actually, yes, the Honorable MP for Westlands, Honorable Tim Onyonyi, a man able differently, gets re-elected all the time. In fact, if he ran for Nairobi, I am sure he would have given the Honorable Sakaja a run for his money. Re-elected again and again, even when he's on a wheelchair. So as we think about all these things, as we think about to empower our women, we should not forget that what Kenya needs to achieve our destinies is competence. And in as much as we want to encourage women leadership, we must encourage competent women leadership. In as much as we want to encourage youth leadership, we must encourage competent youth leadership, because we are not going to achieve this country, its destiny, with just saying that we want young people or we want women. What we need to do is get competent people. On the issue of NGCDF, I have said on this floor that perhaps were it not for the NGCDF and the Honorable Mukiri, the then MP for Molo, I most likely would be just a useless boy in the village. Because when I did my KCP, I passed very well. There was no money to go to high school. In fact, I had now to go to another constituency called Subukia to stay with my uncle there so that I can attend a day school called Kian Secondary School. And even through that day school, it is the Honorable Mukiri who used to support my education through bursary. That's why, for me, CDF and bursary must be very critical. But as we do that, we must address the issue that we talked about, the size of constituencies, the population. You know, yesterday, my comrade, Nyoro, did something very beautiful in Kiaru. And now that has sent a lot of pressure to most constituencies because they're saying, why is Didi getting this money? It does not come into other constituencies. But perhaps if you address the issue.
Just add him 2 minutes only so that he can conclude that important point.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. But if you address the number of schools per constituency, the population, then we would be able to find what is happening in Kiaru, what's happening in Molo, and many other constituencies. I have sat with some of my friends, my colleagues in other constituencies. Mine is not so big, but it's not so small either. I have around a total of both primary and secondary schools, they are over 100. But there are some, the Honorable Zachary Thuku, MP for Kinangop, tells me he has 150 schools. So how is he supposed to distribute the same money to 150 schools when the Honorable Teacher Ikajong, my friend, he has only 5? So you must really address the issue of population and the issue of the number of these projects in these particular schools. Lastly, on the issue of office of opposition, I would urge this House to address this very but in this context, this office is not being created for the Honorable Raila Odinga. The objective of having this, Honorable Raila Odinga is very lucky that he is one of the few politicians who can just turn up anywhere and people will turn up, a lot of them, and listen. And when he's raising serious issues, when raising Kenyans' issues, Kenyans get to hear. But what if we do not have that? I'm looking forward to having an opposition that when the president is naming his cabinet, the official of opposition names his shadow cabinet. When the Minister for Finance is reading the budget, then we have the opposition minister reading the budget. And then Kenyans can compare who among these could be a better leader. And the only way to do so is to allocate resources to that office as important as that of the leader of opposition, because this is a democracy. It must be a democracy. And we must achieve our destiny as a country. And thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Finance, for those enriching presentations. The Honorable Paul Biego, Member of Parliament for Chesume.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to also give my voice in this. And I've really sat patiently here waiting for this time. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on the proposals that the President has given to us, of course, knowing the kind of person he is, and being a member of Parliament from the region that he comes from the party that brought me to this Parliament, I would definitely support whatever motion is brought to the floor of the House, because I know what caliber of a man he is, and I know what he wants for this country is for the best interest of this country. So there are many things that have been spoken about, and I think I would want to start with the one on NGCDF. And we have actually spoken, or I've spoken severally on this matter of NGCDF. And I think we are in concurrence that NGCDF is not for the benefit of members of Parliament. And I would then come very strongly to support the anchoring of it into the Constitution so that this does not become a discussion that has to always come to the floor of the House. NGCDF, as it's designed, is a fund that supports the Kenyans on the constituency level, and it actually goes down to the grassroots on matters to do with development. And in fact, I've heard my colleagues mentioning or saying about the population and the disbursement of NGCDF. To me, being a first-time member, I also faulted the way probably the bursaries are being given. And there was the system that people used to use and use on location and sub-location, but I felt that due to issues to do with population, then I said I would like us to try and actually distribute the bursaries through the polling stations. And I know for sure by so doing, it's going to address the issue of unfair disbursement. So with NGCDF, to me, it's something that should not be discussed because it's supposed to have already been entrenched in the Constitution. But now that it has not been entrenched, I call upon all the members, everybody, to at least let's fast track this, because as another member has also said that Hon Githemu and Hon Mule had actually given us the blueprint, and a discussion or discussions had been done on the same. This fund is actually aimed at to achieve equitable distribution of resources across the regions, and also to control imbalances in the regional development brought about by partisan politics. So I believe with NGCDF, the structures there are so well stipulated that even to manipulate is not easy. We have committees, and we go for public participation before the committee awarding the respective areas on issues to do with development. So why would somebody actually think that, or actually say that it's unconstitutional? If it's unconstitutional, then what we need to do as legislators is to actually have it amended, like the way it was amended in 2015, and if there's another issue still, everything can be discussed and amended. But what I strongly believe and what I would not accept is actually for this fund to be scrapped, because there are billions of money that goes to the counties and actually from ministries also, and many state departments, including grants, and the impact that is done is not visible in our communities. So with NGCDF, with the structures, with our funds managers in place, I believe that NGCDF is something, or is a fund that does not need to be joked around with. And if it is scrapped, then I believe that the people who voted us in will not have gotten justice. In fact, as for the Senate wanting an oversight fund, I totally support that. But since we are all legislators, and we are alive to the fact that we as members of parliament also don't control that fund, then we also need that kind of fund in the National Assembly so that we oversight the jobs being done by the committees and by the people who we have given those jobs in the ground. So I think I would support that money to be given or to be allocated to Senate also so that they do their oversight role. As for the other issue of the leader of opposition being in the floor of having their kitty, I think that also I would support in totality. And if actually that is created, then we'll not have to see ugly situations and scenarios that we are actually seeing in this country. And now that many of us would be aspiring to be future presidents, and if we fall short of being president and we land to opposition, then it would mean there is something for us, and that one is very good because we will not have to go to the streets. What is happening right now in Kenya are the call for street protests and for all other manners of doing things to actually try and show that or your might will be a thing of the past if actually the leader of opposition has a lucrative fund. So I think, and I know for sure that I support that. There's this other issue of the ministers or the CSS coming to the floor of the House. As I earlier said, I know it has been well designed. However, me being a member of parliament, my other role is to oversight the executive. And now that I'm also a member of a committee, we have to be cognizant of the fact that once the members or CSS come to the floor of the House, then it will definitely weaken the committees. And for sure, the people who formed committees had a reason, because you cannot have serious business going on in the floor of the House where there are many members, and that is why the committees must have been formed and were formed. And that's why I feel strongly that even if ministers were to come to the floor of the House, then we need to design a way that the committees should not be weakened. On the issue of a 2/3 gender rule for the women, I think the time when the design or when it came up for these women to be considered
Oh, your time is up. I'll give you a minute only, but your time is up. I'll give you a minute only because you took time seated and waiting. Add him a minute.
Wow, thank you. Patience actually pays. So I was saying on the rule of the 2/3 gender rule, this time round we have women who are much, much better and cleverer than men. So I don't know at this time of dispensation whether we can actually say that the women are disadvantaged. We need to look at that. I have a professor, Professor Jacqueline Korir in Eldoret, who has employed over 100 men. And when I ask her why hasn't she employed women, she says that the reliability and the efficiency of the men are much, much more than the women. But she's a woman herself and has employed many men. So I know for sure right now, the women we have are up to the task. We have women who have been elected to positions. Aldai MP is a woman, Tarbo MP is a woman, and is serving her second term, and even Moiben. So I know women are up to the task. Thank you so much.
Honorable Joshua Mwalio, the MP for Masinga. Is it possible for you to compress within 5 minutes? so that your brother, the Honorable Abraham Kirwa, also gets a bite.
Yes, we are going to
Thank you.
share
Proceed.
with we are going to share with the Honorable Kirwa. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to squeeze my proposals, as the President had already sent his proposal to this House. I want to hear my views on a few of those proposals, so that it can be written that I also said something in return. I have been an NGCDF member of the committee for 2 terms now. This is my 2nd term being a member of that committee in this parliament. And for sure, there is no doubt anything that is done by the CDF is done in an open manner, is done transparently, there is accountability, there is value for money, and the way the proposals are done, and even the way they are evaluated by the NGCV board is above board. And therefore, for it to be entrenched in the Constitution, that is the right thing to do, so that those who keep on going to the courts can stop doing that, because we are helping the government to do their duties of education and schools in infrastructure, and we have done wonderful. So I support NGCDF to be entrenched in the Constitution. Number 2, I also support the 2/3 gender rule, because it is in the wisdom of the President that this House can be able to achieve the 2/3 gender rule, so that we cannot keep on being sent home by the judiciary. Remember last time that we were almost going home because it was so pronounced. So we need it to done, and because the President, has, in his own wisdom, has seen it fit that we use the formula that he wants to be able to fulfill the 2/3 gender rule, we need to support all of us as a House, so that we can be behind whatever he wants to do. Number 3, I support the office of the official opposition. This is because right now, the winner takes it all. And then here is an opposition that has no office, has no budget, is there in the cold outside. And you see, if somebody is not busy, you will always devise ways of doing other things. So we need to keep the oppositions busy the way the other mature democracies normally have the official opposition offices, which are fully funded by the government. So this is not, Kenya is not an exception, and therefore I support the creation of that office, so that we can have our brothers and the sisters who are in the opposition to have an office whereby they can also be able to air their views as an opposition. Lastly, but not the least, we have so many unemployed young people in this country. And therefore, the creation of jobs is required, and especially if we create, if we put the NGCDF, I had forgotten that point. If we create NGCDF in the Constitution, there are those small contractors who have been getting jobs in those constituencies, building classes, building halls, doing all manner of things, and that is job creation. And those people, if it is not entrenched and it stops operational, then we render them jobless, and we know we have so many young people that depend on those small jobs for their survival. For those few remarks, because of my brother, I want to stop there so that he can also say something before the time elapses. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mwalio. The Honorable Abraham Kirwa, gentleman representing the people for Mosop constituency.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity that you've given me also to support this motion, specifically for the 2/3 gender rule, supporting that women should be actually allowed. And this, I applaud the president because he actually took upon himself to bring this motion to the floor, because all of us, we have daughters, we have sisters, and historically, our women have been marginalized politically, economically, and the Constitution actually allows us, and it says all Kenyans should, all Kenyan men or women have the right to equal treatment, including the right to equal opportunities and political. So I support this motion because in other countries, it is not even a discussion. Women automatically get 2/3 gender rule. And so I am in support of this, and I am proposing that all members, truly, let's look into this matter and make sure we pass and we comply to it. It is unfortunate that sometimes this parliament almost got to a point where it was supposed to be sent back home because we were not in compliance. Two, Mr. Speaker, I want also to support this motion of entrenching the NGCDF into the Constitution. Because if you go to the villages, everywhere I've gone, we started identifying students who needed help in the last few weeks in my constituency. And I want to tell you, most of the families, Mr. Speaker, are truly struggling, and they need this money. Every family, some of them are orphans, some of them are single mothers, some of them are really families who cannot really afford. And so I am supporting this, that we need to entrench it into the Constitution so that nobody will come back and try to say that we need to abolish the funds of the CDF, NGCDF. Most of the parents, wherever we went, are asking us, when are you going to disperse the funds? When are we going to receive these bursaries? And we are telling them we are still waiting for this money to come. And you can see the desperation in their eyes. You can see the desperation in waiting for this money, because this is the only money they are expecting. And not only for bursaries, also for projects, building of schools, and many other things that we do with NGCDF. So as we said, this NGCDF is not necessarily for MPs, but it is for the community. It is the only money the community are going to feel, and they are going to make sure that this money are being used. The other issue is creation of the office of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, I know that the time is almost up, but I want to just request.
Honorable Member, you'll have 7 minutes. The next time this matter will be put on the order paper for debate, most likely will be Tuesday, so ensure you'll be in the House at the start of the motion. Order. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 21st day of February, 2023 at 2:30 p.m.